Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching Ultimate Fanfiction. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Harry collapsed at platform 9 3/4 and healers found malnutrition potions keeping him weak for Dumbledore? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The fall. The scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express gleamed in the September sunshine, its steam billowing across platform 9 3/4 like an ethereal shroud. Families crowded the platform, a cacophony of farewells, screeching owls, and rattling trolleys creating the familiar symphony that marked the beginning of another magical year. Harry Potter pushed his trunk with effort that seemed to increase with each step. Summer with the Dursleys had been particularly brutal. Aunt Marge's visit, her subsequent inflation, and his impromptu escape to the leaky cauldron had left him more exhausted than usual. Still, the thought of returning to Hogwarts, his true home, propelled him forward. Harry! Hermione's voice cut through the crowd as she rushed toward him, her bushy brown hair bouncing with each step. Her smile faltered as she drew closer. "You look awful." "Thanks," Harry muttered, attempting a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Missed you too." Hermione's brow furrowed as she studied him. "No, I'm serious. You're pale as parchment. Are you ill?" Before Harry could answer, a flash of red hair announced Ron's arrival. "Bloody hell, mate. You look like you've seen the wrong end of a Dementor." "I'm fine," Harry insisted, swaying slightly. "Just tired. Didn't sleep much at the leaky cauldron. Too excited about coming back." The platform spun slightly, forcing Harry to grip his trolley tighter. A strange buzzing had started in his ears, drowning out the station's clamor. He'd felt off all summer, weaker than usual, his magic seemingly more difficult to control, but had attributed it to stress and poor treatment at the Dursleys. This was different, though. Something was wrong. "Harry?" Hermione's voice sounded distant now. "Harry, you're sweating." He tried to focus on her face, but his vision blurred. The trolley handle slipped from his grasp. "I don't feel." The world tilted sideways. Harry's knees buckled, and the hard stone of the platform rose to meet him. The last thing he registered was Hermione's scream and the sensation of falling, into an endless void. Catastrophic magical depletion, never seen anything like it in a child, consistent with long-term substance abuse. Voices filtered through the darkness, clinical and urgent. Harry struggled to open his eyes, his eyelids seemingly weighted with lead. Every muscle in his body ached with a profound fatigue that seemed to reach into his very bones. "He's waking up," said a female voice he didn't recognize. "Mr. Potter? Can you hear me?" With monumental effort, Harry forced his eyes open. Blinding white light assaulted his vision, and he winced. Gradually, shapes formed from the blur, a woman in lime green robes leaning over him, concerned faces hovering in the background, and white walls that definitely weren't those of the Hogwarts Express. "Where?" His voice emerged as a rasp. "St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries," the woman, clearly a healer, replied. "You collapsed at King's Cross. Do you remember that?" Harry tried to nod, but his neck protested. Vaguely, he managed. "Platform, train, then nothing." The healer nodded, her expression grave. "I'm Healer Ainsley. You're in our critical magical care ward. Your condition was quite serious when you arrived." Harry tried to process this information through the fog in his brain. Critical care. But he'd just been tired, hadn't he? "Ron? Hermione?" he asked. "Your friends are in the waiting area," Healer Ainsley assured him. "Along with quite a collection of redheads I assume are the Weasleys. You'll see them soon, but first, we need to discuss your condition." Something in her tone made Harry's stomach clench. Behind her, he noticed another healer and a stern-looking wizard in official-looking robes having an intense, whispered conversation. "What's wrong with me?" Harry asked, his mouth dry. Healer Ainsley pulled up a chair beside his bed. Mr. Potter. Harry. When you were brought in, we performed standard diagnostic spells. What we found was, concerning enough that we conducted more specialized magical and alchemical tests. She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. Your system shows evidence of long-term exposure to several specialized potions. Harry blinked, confusion washing over him. Potions? But I haven't, these aren't potions you would have knowingly taken, she interrupted gently. They're subtle, sophisticated formulations designed specifically to, well, there's no gentle way to say this. They were designed to suppress your magical development, limit your physical growth, and enhance your susceptibility to magical suggestion. The words hung in the air like a physical weight. Harry stared at her, certain he'd misheard. That's not possible, he finally said. Who would? Why would? That's what we're trying to determine, said the official-looking wizard, stepping forward. Archibald Thornfield, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Potter. Unauthorized potioning of a minor is a grave offense. Particularly potions of this, specific nature. Harry's head spun with questions, but one pushed to the forefront. How long? How long have these potions been in my system? The healers exchanged glances. Based on the accumulation in your tissues and magical core, Healer Ainsley said carefully, we estimate consistent exposure for approximately 7 years. 7 years. Since before Hogwarts. Since he was 6 years old. That's impossible, Harry whispered. I'm afraid not, the healer continued. We've identified at least 3 distinct formulations, a modified diminuendo draft that suppresses magical development, a variant of malleable mind mixture that increases suggestibility, and a complicated nutritional suppression potion that's quite rare. All administered at carefully calculated intervals to maintain effectiveness without causing obvious symptoms. Harry felt bile rise in his throat. Someone had been poisoning him for years. Deliberately keeping him weak, small, and controllable. His hands began to tremble. Do you know who did this? He asked, his voice barely audible. Another uncomfortable exchange of glances before Thornfield answered. We have compelling evidence. The potions themselves contain magical signatures. Potions of this sophistication leave traces of their brewer. We've isolated a partial signature that, he paused, seeming reluctant to continue. Tell me, Harry demanded, his voice stronger now, fueled by growing anger. The magical signature is consistent with Albus Dumbledore, Thornfield said quietly. We're still confirming, but the preliminary match is significant. The room seemed to drop away beneath Harry. Dumbledore. The man who had rescued him from the Dursleys, who had welcomed him to Hogwarts, who had guided him through 2 years of magical education. The wizard he had trusted above all others. There must be a mistake, Harry whispered. We're conducting a thorough investigation, Thornfield assured him. But Mr. Potter, the evidence is substantial. The potions were administered in food and drink over many years, including during your time at Hogwarts. Their sophistication suggests a master alchemist. And there are other factors. What factors? Harry demanded. Healer Ainsley intervened. That's enough for now. Mr. Potter needs rest. His system is in shock from both the collapse and the beginning of potion withdrawal. Withdrawal? Harry asked. Yes, she explained. We've administered counteragents to neutralize the active potions in your system, but your body and magic have become dependent on these substances. You'll experience significant physical and magical changes as your system purges them and returns to its natural state. What kind of changes? Harry asked, a flicker of something, hope. Fear, sparking in his chest. It's difficult to predict precisely, Ainsley admitted. But based on our projections, you'll likely experience accelerated physical growth, increased magical power, and possibly the emergence of abilities that have been suppressed. It will be uncomfortable. Potentially even painful. But necessary for your recovery. Harry nodded numbly, trying to process everything. Dumbledore had poisoned him. Kept him weak. But why? What purpose could it possibly serve? I want to see my friends, he said suddenly. Healer Ainsley hesitated. Mr. Potter, you need rest, please, Harry insisted. I need something normal right now. After a moment, she nodded. Very well. Briefly. And Mr. Thornfield, I think that's enough questioning for today. The DMLE official looked like he wanted to argue but merely nodded. We'll continue this discussion tomorrow, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, this room has been secured. Aurors are stationed outside. No one enters without clearance. After they left, Harry stared at the ceiling, trying to make sense of his shattered reality. Dumbledore had betrayed him at the most fundamental level. Had it all been a lie? Every kind word, every twinkling smile, every moment of apparent concern. Was it all manipulation? The door opened, pulling Harry from his dark thoughts. Hermione burst in first, tear tracks staining her cheeks, followed closely by Ron, whose freckles stood out starkly against his pale face. Harry! Hermione cried, rushing to his bedside but stopping just short of hugging him, clearly afraid of hurting him. They wouldn't tell us anything, Ron said, his voice tight with worry. Just that you'd collapsed and it was serious. Mum's going mental in the waiting room. Harry looked at his friends, suddenly unsure how much to share. Would they even believe him? They found potions in my system, he said finally, his voice hollow. Someone's been dosing me for years. Keeping me weak. Making me controllable. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. That's horrible. Who would do such a thing? Harry swallowed hard. They think it was Dumbledore. The silence that followed was deafening. Ron's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. Hermione froze, her expression cycling rapidly through shock, disbelief, and then, most terrifying of all, dawning comprehension. Hermione? Harry prompted. I've been researching magical development, she said slowly. For a personal project. And Harry, you've always been anomalous. Your raw power when emotional is extraordinary, but your controlled magic is inconsistent. I always thought it was lack of application or study, but... She shook her head. If someone was suppressing your magical growth, it would explain so much. But Dumbledore? Ron finally found his voice. That's mental. He's Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, Order of Merlin, greatest wizard of our time. He wouldn't. The evidence points to him, Harry said quietly. And the more I think about it, he's always been there, guiding me. Controlling things. Setting me up against Voldemort. The pieces were falling into place with sickening clarity. The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. Each time, Dumbledore had been oddly absent until the critical moment. Had he been testing Harry? Seeing how his weapon performed, even in a weakened state. What happens now? Hermione asked, her practical nature reasserting itself. They've given me counter potions. I'm going through withdrawal. Apparently, I might change, physically and magically. Harry tried to keep his voice steady. And there's an investigation. The DMLE is involved. Dad's trying to contact Amelia Bones directly, Ron offered. She's head of the DMLE. Straight as they come, according to Dad. If anyone will make sure this is investigated properly, it's her. Harry nodded gratefully. The Weasleys were rallying to him, not Dumbledore. That meant more than he could express. You should know, Hermione said hesitantly, news is already spreading. Rita Skeeter was lurking around the platform when you collapsed. The Evening Prophet had a special edition about the boy who lived's mysterious collapse. They don't have details yet, but, when they get them, it'll be a firestorm, Harry concluded grimly. Their conversation was interrupted by the door opening again. Healer Ainsley returned, accompanied by an older, distinguished-looking healer with silver-streaked black hair. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Potter needs rest now," Ainsley said firmly. "This is Healer Blackwood, our Chief of Magical Restoration. He'll be overseeing your case, Mr. Potter." Hermione squeezed Harry's hand. "We'll be back tomorrow. The Weasleys are arranging to stay in London." "Don't worry, mate," Ron added. "We've got your back. Whatever happens." After his friends left, Healer Blackwood approached, his keen eyes assessing Harry with clinical precision. "Mr. Potter. I understand Healer Ainsley has explained the basics of your condition." Harry nodded. "Good. What she may not have emphasized sufficiently is that you're about to undergo a process that is, frankly, unprecedented in modern healing. The systematic magical suppression you've experienced is—" He paused, professional detachment slipping to reveal genuine anger. "It's an abomination. And reversing it will be challenging." "What should I expect?" Harry asked. "Pain, unfortunately," Blackwood said bluntly. "As the suppression potions leave your system, your magic will essentially wake up. Think of it as a limb that's been asleep for years suddenly regaining circulation. The pins and needles will be significant. Your body will also begin to correct years of stunted growth. Bones may ache as they expand to their proper dimensions. Muscle development will accelerate." Harry swallowed hard. "How long?" "The acute phase. 3 to 5 days. Complete restoration. Potentially months." Blackwood conjured a chart that hovered in the air, displaying complicated magical readings that meant nothing to Harry. "Your magical core shows signs of extraordinary potential, Mr. Potter. If our readings are correct, once fully restored, your capabilities may be remarkable." A strange feeling spread through Harry's chest, something between fear and exhilaration. Who was he, really? Without Dumbledore's potions and manipulations? "There's something else you should be aware of," Blackwood continued, his tone softening slightly. "We found evidence that specific memories may have been altered or suppressed, in conjunction with the malleable mind mixture. As the potion's effects fade, you may experience memory resurgence." "You mean I'll remember things I've forgotten?" Harry asked. "Potentially, yes. It could be disorienting. Some patients describe it as like watching scenes from someone else's life suddenly inserted into their own memories." Blackwood placed a small vial of pearlescent liquid on Harry's bedside table. "Dreamless sleep. Use it if the memories become overwhelming. Otherwise, it's better to let them surface naturally." After Blackwood left, Harry lay alone in the sterile hospital room, staring at the ceiling. Outside, he knew, the wizarding world was about to erupt into chaos. His life had been built on a foundation of lies, and that foundation was crumbling beneath him. Yet alongside the betrayal and anger, something else stirred in his chest. For the first time, he might discover who Harry Potter truly was, not the weapon Dumbledore had crafted, but the wizard he was meant to be. Harry woke to fire coursing through his veins. His back arched off the bed as pain seared through every nerve, a silent scream trapped in his throat. His magic, long constrained, was tearing through artificial barriers like a river breaking through a dam. He could feel it surging, wild and untamed, seeking equilibrium after years of suppression. "Breathe through it, Mr. Potter," came Healer Ainsley's voice, somehow cutting through his agony. "Your magic is recalibrating. Don't fight it. Don't fight it." How could he not fight something that felt like being torn apart from the inside? Yet somewhere in his pain-addled mind, Harry understood. This wasn't an attack to be resisted, but a liberation to be embraced. He surrendered to the fire, letting it consume him. Hours or minutes later, time had lost all meaning, the intensity finally ebbed, leaving Harry gasping and drenched in sweat. His entire body hummed with residual energy, like a tuning fork struck too hard. Remarkable control, Blackwood commented, appearing in Harry's field of vision. Most patients in magical recalibration destroy half the room. You contained it entirely within yourself. Harry tried to speak, but his voice emerged as a croak. Healer Ainsley helped him sip water through a straw. What just happened? He finally managed. The first major wave of magical restoration, Blackwood explained, casting diagnostic charms that created glowing patterns above Harry's bed. Your core is realigning itself. Breaking through artificially imposed constraints. It hurt, Harry said simply. Yes. And I'm afraid it will continue to hurt. But each wave should be less severe than the last. Blackwood studied the diagnostic readings with intense concentration. Fascinating. Your magical signature is already showing significant changes. More cohesive. More defined. Harry wasn't sure what that meant, but before he could ask, the hospital room door burst open. Cornelius Fudge strode in, lime green bowler hat clutched in his hands, followed by a square-jawed witch with a monocle whom Harry didn't recognize. Minister. Healer Blackwood protested. This is highly irregular. Mr. Potter is in a delicate recovery phase, this can't wait, Blackwood, Fudge blustered, though he looked distinctly uncomfortable. The prophet's running the story in tomorrow's edition. The entire wizarding world will know by morning. Know what, precisely? Blackwood demanded. That Albus Dumbledore has been poisoning Harry Potter for years, the square-jawed witch stated flatly. Amelia Bones, Mr. Potter. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She approached Harry's bed with a direct gaze that somehow managed to be both stern and compassionate. I apologize for this intrusion, but matters are developing rapidly. We need your statement before things become politically complicated. Harry struggled to sit up, grimacing as his muscles protested. What's happening with Dumbledore? Fudge and Bones exchanged glances. He's been notified of the allegations, Bones said carefully. As a courtesy appropriate to his position. He's currently unavailable. He's gone to ground, Fudge translated, his face reddening. Fawkes whisked him away the moment my Aurors arrived at Hogwarts. Minerva McGonagall has assumed temporary leadership of the school, and she's rather devastated, as you might imagine. Harry tried to process this. Dumbledore had fled rather than face questioning. It felt like another betrayal, but also a confirmation. An innocent man wouldn't run. The school? Harry asked suddenly. Term starting. I should be. Your education is the least of our concerns right now, Mr. Potter, Madam Bones interrupted. The potions you were subjected to constitute a Class 1 magical assault on a minor. The political implications alone are staggering. Half the wizarding world reveres Albus Dumbledore. The other half is about to call for his head. And what do you want from me? Harry asked, a new edge in his voice that surprised even himself. Your testimony. Your memories, if you're willing. And your cooperation as we determine exactly what was done to you and why. Bones leaned forward slightly. Mr. Potter, I won't pretend this will be easy. You're about to become the center of a political hurricane. But I give you my word that justice will be served, regardless of who stands accused. Harry studied her face, looking for signs of deception or manipulation. He'd been lied to for so long by those in authority. How could he trust anyone now? But Amelia Bones' gaze remained steady and direct. There was no grandfatherly twinkle, no hidden agenda he could detect. Just professional determination and perhaps a hint of genuine outrage on his behalf. I'll cooperate, Harry said finally. But I have conditions. Fudge looked startled, but Bones merely raised an eyebrow. Go on. I want control over my own life from now on. No more guardians making decisions for me. No more being kept in the dark for my own good. Harry's voice grew stronger with each word. I want access to information about my parents, their wills, my family history, everything that should have been mine to know. And I want guarantees about my safety going forward. Mr. Potter, Fudge began patronizingly, these matters are complex, those are reasonable requests. Bones cut him off, giving the minister a sharp look. We can discuss the specifics once you're further along in your recovery. For now, focus on healing. I've assigned 2 Aurors I trust implicitly to your protection detail, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. No one enters this room without their approval and mine. After they left, Healer Blackwood gave Harry an appraising look. That was well handled, he commented. Particularly for someone in your condition. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Something felt different inside him, not just his magic, but his thoughts, his reactions. With the potions fading, was his true personality emerging? Or was this just the effect of betrayal, forcing him to grow up overnight? You should rest while you can, Blackwood advised. Based on your magical readings, I expect the next wave of recalibration within hours. But rest proved elusive. Every time Harry closed his eyes, fragments of memories flickered behind his eyelids, strange, disjointed scenes that felt both familiar and foreign. A cottage with warm light spilling from the windows. A woman with fiery red hair singing softly. The scent of cinnamon and something else, something distinctly magical. Were these real memories of his parents, suppressed by Dumbledore's potions? Or just dreams born from desperate longing? Harry's contemplation was interrupted by a soft knock at the door. A young witch with vibrant pink hair poked her head in. "Watcher, Harry. I'm Tonks. Your new security detail." She entered with a casual grace that immediately morphed into clumsiness as she tripped over nothing and barely caught herself on the bed rail. "Oops. Sorry about that. Bit of a walking disaster, me." Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling slightly. "Are you really an Auror?" "Don't let the hair fool you," she winked, changing it from pink to purple with no visible effort. "Metamorphmagus. Dead useful in my line of work. Anyway, you've got visitors clamoring to see you. Thought you might want a friendly face or two before the next round of medical torture." Before Harry could respond, Tonks opened the door wider to reveal Ron, Hermione, and to Harry's surprise, Neville Longbottom. "Neville?" Harry questioned as they entered. "Gran insisted we come," Neville explained, uncharacteristically resolute. When she heard what happened, well, she says the Longbottoms stand with House Potter. Always have. Something about the formal phrasing struck Harry as significant, though he wasn't sure why. Hermione immediately launched into research mode. "I've been reading everything I could find on magical suppression potions. They're incredibly rare, Harry. Most documentation is theoretical rather than practical because their use is so heavily restricted. The after-effects of long-term exposure are largely undocumented, but, Hermione," Ron interrupted gently, "maybe not right now. Harry looks like he's been trampled by a hippogriff." "No, it's okay," Harry assured them. "I'd rather know what I'm facing." Hermione bit her lip. "That's just it, no one really knows. But I did find references to magical abilities that are typically hereditary sometimes being suppressed by these potions. Abilities that might emerge once the suppression ends." "Like what?" Harry asked. "Parseltongue obviously wasn't suppressed," Ron pointed out. "We all know you've got that." "That might not be hereditary," Hermione mused. "It could be connected to your scar. But things like natural occlumency, metamorphmagus abilities, elemental affinities, those run in magical bloodlines." Harry's head swam with possibilities. Who was he, really? What abilities might have been locked away inside him all this time? "The Potters were known for transfiguration and battle magic," Neville offered quietly. "Gran says your dad could transform anything into a weapon in a duel. And your mum was brilliant with charms and potions. Made innovations no one had thought of before." Harry stared at Neville. It was more information about his parents' specific magical talents than he'd ever been told. "How do you know that?" he asked. Neville shrugged. "Gran keeps track of the old families. Says it's important to remember who we are and where we came from." Old families. Another piece of Harry's heritage that had been kept from him. How much had Dumbledore hidden? And why? The conversation was cut short as pain suddenly lanced through Harry's body again. He gasped, doubling over. "Get Blackwood!" Hermione shouted to Tonks, who was already moving. Another wave, Harry managed through gritted teeth. "You should, go." "We're staying," Ron said firmly, though he looked terrified. "No," Harry insisted, feeling his magic beginning to roil beneath his skin. "Not safe." "I don't know, what will happen?" Reluctantly, his friends backed toward the door as healers rushed in. The last thing Harry saw before surrendering to the pain was Neville's face, set with unexpected determination, mouthing words that looked like, "You'll be stronger for this." Then fire consumed him once more. 3 days passed in a blur of pain and revelation. Each wave of magical recalibration left Harry changed. Physically, he'd grown nearly 2 inches, his frame filling out as his body rapidly compensated for years of magical suppression. His vision had improved dramatically. He still wore his glasses out of habit, but found he could see perfectly well without them. His reflexes had sharpened to an almost preternatural degree, as demonstrated when he'd caught a glass vial that Healer Ainsley dropped before it had fallen more than a few inches. But the magical changes were even more profound. "Your core readings are off the charts," Blackwood informed him on the morning of the 4th day. "I've never seen anything like it, especially in someone your age." Harry, sitting up in bed and feeling almost normal for the first time since his collapse, asked, "What does that mean exactly?" "It means, Mr. Potter, that once you've fully adjusted and learned to control your unbound magic, you'll likely be one of the most powerful wizards in Britain." Blackwood paused. Which raises some concerning questions about why Albus Dumbledore felt it necessary to suppress that power. Harry had been wondering the same thing. The fragments of memories that had resurfaced during his recovery hadn't provided clear answers, just glimpses of a happier infancy than he'd ever imagined, occasionally punctuated by adult voices arguing about prophecy and the boy's future. His ruminations were interrupted by the arrival of Amelia Bones, accompanied today by a tall, bald, black Auror whom she introduced as Kingsley Shacklebolt. "You're looking considerably improved, Mr. Potter," Bones observed. "I feel better," Harry acknowledged. "The healers say the worst of the magical recalibration is over." "Excellent. Because we need to discuss your situation." Bones conjured chairs for herself and Shacklebolt with casual efficiency. "Dumbledore remains at large, though we've frozen his assets and restricted his access to Hogwarts. The school governors have temporarily appointed Minerva McGonagall as headmistress while the investigation proceeds." "Has Professor McGonagall said anything about me?" Harry asked hesitantly. He respected his head of house enormously and dreaded the thought that she might take Dumbledore's side. "She's requested permission to visit you," Bones replied. "I've been holding her off until you're stronger. She claims complete ignorance of Dumbledore's actions regarding you, and preliminary Veritaserum questioning supports this. She's quite distraught." Harry nodded, feeling a confusing mix of relief and lingering suspicion. Could McGonagall really have noticed nothing amiss all these years? "Now, regarding your conditions," Bones continued. "I've reviewed your parents' wills, which were irregularly sealed after their deaths." Her tone suggested this was a significant understatement. "The contents raise additional questions about Dumbledore's actions. Your parents explicitly stated you were never to be placed with Petunia Dursley and her husband. They named Sirius Black as your primary guardian, with Alice Longbottom, Minerva McGonagall, and Amelia Bones herself as alternatives." Harry stared at her, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. "You were supposed to be my guardian." "Fourth in line," Bones clarified. "I knew your parents professionally more than personally. But yes, I was named." Which makes Dumbledore's decision to ignore the will and place you with the Dursleys all the more inexplicable. Particularly in light of what we now know about the potions regimen he established. Harry's mind raced. Why had Dumbledore been so determined to place him with the Dursleys? Was their mistreatment part of the plan too? Keep him physically and emotionally downtrodden, grateful for any kindness, eager to please his magical rescuer. There's more, Bones continued. The Potter estate is substantial. Properties, investments, family heirlooms. All of which should have been managed for your benefit until you came of age. Instead, many assets appear to have been reallocated. Stolen, she means, Shacklebolt clarified, speaking for the first time. His deep voice carried quiet authority. The investigation is ongoing, but it appears certain Potter properties were repurposed by Dumbledore for something called the Order of the Phoenix. Which brings us to the matter of your guardianship going forward, Bones said. Given your age and the exceptional circumstances, the Ministry is prepared to grant you special status, not full emancipation, but a modified independence with adult supervision. What does that mean exactly? Harry asked cautiously. It means you'd have control over your restored estate and major decisions about your education and living arrangements, but would still have an adult guardian for legal matters and protection. Bones leaned forward slightly. The complication is that your godfather, Sirius Black, remains a fugitive. Harry tensed. With everything else happening, he'd almost forgotten about Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban and the warnings that the man was hunting him. However, Bones continued, her expression unreadable, recent evidence has emerged that calls Black's original conviction into question. What evidence? Harry asked sharply. That's classified at present, Bones replied. But relevant to your situation. If, and I stress if, Black is exonerated, he would have the strongest claim to guardianship. Until then, we need an interim arrangement. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, Harry stated flatly. That is absolutely not an option, Bones agreed with surprising vehemence. The magical suppression potions were administered there as well, likely in your food. Whether your relatives were knowing participants or unwitting dupes is still being determined. They hated magic, Harry said quietly. They'd have been happy to keep me, less magical. Bones' expression darkened. Then they'll answer for that. In the meantime, several families have offered to take you in. The Weasleys, the Longbottoms, even the Bones family, my niece Susan speaks highly of you. Harry blinked in surprise. He barely knew Susan Bones. However, Bones continued, given the high-profile nature of this case and the potential danger from Dumbledore's supporters, we're recommending a neutral arrangement. Temporary residence here at St. Mungo's until your recovery is complete, then transfer to a ministry-secured location with rotating protection from trusted Aurors. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than Harry had expected. At least he wouldn't be forced into another potentially abusive situation. That's acceptable, he agreed. But I want to return to Hogwarts once term starts. Bones and Shacklebolt exchanged glances. That may not be advisable, Shacklebolt said carefully. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's power base for decades. We can't be certain all his influences have been removed. It's my home, Harry insisted. And my friends are there. I'm not letting Dumbledore take that from me too. After a moment, Bones nodded. We'll establish appropriate security protocols. But understand, Mr. Potter, the Harry Potter returning to Hogwarts will be very different from the boy who left last term. Your unbound magic will require intensive training to control. And the political situation surrounding you has become complex. That was an understatement. The Daily Prophet had been running front-page stories about the Dumbledore betrayal for days. Public opinion had apparently swung wildly from disbelief to outrage. According to Ron and Hermione's reports, Wizarding Britain was dividing into factions, those who refused to believe Dumbledore capable of such acts, those calling for his immediate arrest, and a confused middle ground waiting for more evidence. I understand, Harry said, though he wasn't sure he truly did. How could anyone understand having their entire world turned upside down in the space of a week? After Bones and Shacklebolt left, Harry sat in contemplative silence. He felt stronger than he ever had, both physically and magically. Yet he also felt adrift, untethered from the narrative that had defined his life. He was no longer the boy who lived, destined to follow Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated path. He was just Harry Potter, discovering his true self for the first time. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called, expecting another healer. Instead, Minerva McGonagall entered, her normally stern face etched with concern and something that looked suspiciously like guilt. She stopped just inside the doorway, as if uncertain of her welcome. "Professor," Harry acknowledged, unsure how to feel about her presence. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall's voice wavered slightly. "Harry. I don't know where to begin. Did you know?" Harry asked directly, needing to settle this question immediately. "No." The answer came without hesitation, her Scottish brogue intensifying with emotion. "On my magic, I swear I did not know what Albus was doing to you. Had I known..." She trailed off, seemingly unable to articulate the depth of her feelings. Harry studied her face, looking for signs of deception. Finding none, he nodded slowly. "I believe you." The tension in McGonagall's shoulders eased slightly. She approached his bed, conjuring a chair with less flair than Bones had shown. "I've failed you," she said quietly. "As your head of house, as your teacher, I should have noticed. There were signs, your size compared to your father at the same age, your occasional magical inconsistencies, your circumstances with those people." The last word dripped with contempt. "I questioned Albus about your placement, you know. Repeatedly. He always had reasons, always spoke of blood protections and necessary sacrifices." "Blood protections?" Harry repeated. "Based on your mother's sacrifice," McGonagall confirmed. "He claimed her blood magic, through her sister, created a sanctuary that would protect you from the Dark Lord's followers." Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. "So that's why he was so insistent I stay with the Dursleys. But it doesn't explain the potions." McGonagall's lips thinned to a tight line. "No, it doesn't. Nor does it explain why he ignored your parents' will, which I've recently learned named me as a potential guardian." She looked away, blinking rapidly. "James and Lily trusted me to care for you if needed. Instead, I trusted Albus and failed to protect their son." The raw emotion in her voice touched something in Harry. McGonagall had always been stern but fair, a constant in his Hogwarts life. If she had been complicit, it would have been another devastating blow. "What happens now?" he asked. "With Hogwarts?" "With everything." McGonagall straightened, visibly gathering herself. "Hogwarts continues. The students need stability, perhaps now more than ever. As acting headmistress, I've implemented changes to ensure your safety should you choose to return, which I hope you will." "I'm planning to," Harry confirmed. "Good." For the first time, a hint of a smile touched her lips. "As for everything else, that remains to be seen. The wizarding world is in turmoil. Albus was more than a headmaster, he was a symbol, a beacon of the light. His fall from grace has shaken people's faith in institutions, in leadership." She fixed Harry with an intense gaze. "And you, Mr. Potter, find yourself once again at the center of a storm not of your making." "Story of my life," Harry muttered. To his surprise, McGonagall reached out and briefly squeezed his hand, a gesture of affection he'd never received from his proper professor before. "Your parents would be proud of your resilience," she said softly. "Lily especially. She had a core of steel beneath that kind exterior. Rather like you." The comparison to his mother warmed something in Harry's chest. "Did you know them well?" "My parents? I taught them for 7 years and fought alongside them after," McGonagall replied. "James was brilliant but insufferably arrogant until his 6th year, when he finally began to mature. Lily was exceptional from the start, curious, compassionate, with an intuitive understanding of magic that few possess. Her expression softened with memory. They loved you desperately, Harry. When you were born, James strutted around Order headquarters showing your picture to anyone who couldn't escape fast enough. And Lily, the way she looked at you. As if you were magic itself made flesh. Harry drank in these details hungrily. Simple, human recollections of his parents as real people, not martyrs or heroes, just a young couple in love with each other and their baby. Thank you, he said quietly. No one ever tells me things like that. McGonagall's expression flickered with renewed guilt. Another failure on our part. You should have grown up knowing everything about them. She hesitated. I have photographs. Albums from Order gatherings. When you're settled, I'll bring them to you. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Healer Blackwood, who announced it was time for Harry's final magical assessment. I'll take my leave, McGonagall said, rising. But Mr. Potter. Harry. Know that whatever happens next, you have allies. More than you might realize. After she left, Blackwood began his now familiar series of diagnostic spells. This time, however, the patterns they created above Harry's bed were different, more complex, more vibrant. Remarkable, Blackwood murmured. Your core has not only stabilized but expanded beyond our projections. And there are indications of specialized magical affinities emerging. What kind of affinities? Harry asked eagerly. Definitely a strong transmutation tendency, consistent with the Potter lineage, Blackwood noted, studying the patterns. But also, interesting. There's a protective magic signature that's usually associated with old family magic. And something else. He frowned in concentration. May I test something, Mr. Potter? At Harry's nod, Blackwood conjured a simple wooden box and placed it on the bedside table. I want you to focus on this box and try to sense the magic within it, the healer instructed. Harry stared at the innocuous box, unsure what he was supposed to be doing. How do I? Don't think about how. Just feel. Let your unbound magic reach out naturally. Feeling slightly foolish, Harry tried to focus on the box. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, gradually, he became aware of something. A subtle emanation coming from the box, like a scent or sound just at the edge of perception. He reached toward it with his senses, and suddenly, it's disillusioned, he said with certainty. There's a silver dagger inside, with runes etched on the blade. Blackwood's eyebrows shot up. Impressive. Most impressive. He waved his wand, dispelling the illusion to reveal exactly what Harry had described. You appear to have a form of magical sight developing. The ability to perceive magic itself, not just its effects. Harry stared at the dagger, startled by his own accuracy. Is that common? Quite the contrary. It's an exceedingly rare gift, typically found in those with certain bloodlines or after specific magical traumas. Blackwood gave Harry a significant look. You, Mr. Potter, have experienced both. The implications were staggering. Harry was becoming something different, something more than he'd been before. Was this what Dumbledore had feared? Was this power the reason for years of suppression? There's one more test I'd like to perform, Blackwood continued, removing the box and placing Harry's wand on the table instead. Cast a simple spell. Lumos, perhaps. But be extremely gentle with your intent. Harry picked up his wand, immediately noting how different it felt in his hand, almost vibrating with eager energy. He pointed it carefully away from anything important. Lumos, he whispered, trying to exert minimal force. The wand tip didn't just light up, it flared like a miniature sun, flooding the room with blinding white light. Harry yelped in surprise, hastily canceling the spell. Sorry. I didn't mean to, no apology necessary, Blackwood assured him, blinking away spots from his vision. That was exactly what I expected. Your magic is significantly more powerful now, but your control is still calibrated to your previously suppressed state. You'll need to relearn modulation for even basic spells. Great. Just what he needed, to be a magical novice all over again. The good news, Blackwood continued, is that you're medically cleared to leave St. Mungo's. Your physical recovery is progressing well, and your magical stability is sufficient for managed release. You'll need ongoing monitoring and specialized training, of course. So I'm free to go? Harry asked, hardly daring to believe it. To your ministry-arranged accommodation, yes. Blackwood gave him an appraising look. Although I understand alternative arrangements may have been made. Madam Bones mentioned something about a safe house being prepared. Before Harry could question this cryptic statement, the door burst open, and Nymphadora Tonks tumbled in, her hair cycling rapidly through colors in apparent excitement. Watch her, Harry. Hope you're packed and ready to blow this place, because your ride's here. She grinned mischievously. And trust me, it's a doozy. Miss Tonks, Blackwood admonished, Mr. Potter has just been cleared for release. I haven't even completed his discharge instructions. Sorry, Healer B, Tonks said, not looking sorry at all. But when a certain recently exonerated fugitive insists on personally collecting his godson, even Madam Bones learns to hurry things along. Harry's heart stopped. What did you say? Tonks' grin widened as she stepped aside from the doorway. Harry Potter, may I present your officially pardoned, newly reinstated guardian, Lord Sirius Black. The man who entered barely resembled the gaunt, wild-eyed criminal from the wanted posters. Though still thin, his face had filled out, his long black hair was clean and tied back, and his gray eyes sparkled with a mixture of anxiety and hope. He wore expensive-looking robes and carried himself with the natural grace of an aristocrat, albeit one who looked ready to flee or fight at any moment. Hello, Harry, Sirius said softly, his voice rough with emotion. It's been a while. Harry stared, 1,000 questions fighting for precedence in his mind. The most pressing emerged first, you're not trying to kill me? Sirius barked a surprised laugh that transformed his face, erasing years of hardship. Kill you? Harry, I broke out of Azkaban to protect you. When I saw Pettigrew in that newspaper photo with the Weasley boy, Pettigrew? Harry interrupted, confusion mounting. Long story, involving a rat, a Fidelius charm, and 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, Sirius said quickly. The important part is, I'm innocent, I've been officially pardoned as of this morning, and if you're willing. I'd like to be the godfather I was supposed to be all along. Harry's world, already turned upside down, seemed to shift again. Sirius Black, his parents' friend, his godfather, his supposed would-be murderer, stood before him offering family, connection to his past, an alternative to the ministry's sterile arrangements. Madam Bones said, she said you were named as my guardian in my parents' will, Harry said carefully. Your primary guardian, Sirius confirmed. James and Lily made me your godfather when you were born. Magically bound and everything. His expression darkened. When Dumbledore sent you to the Dursleys instead, I was already being carted off to Azkaban without a trial. Convenient timing, that. Another piece of the Dumbledore puzzle slotted into place. Had the old wizard orchestrated Sirius's imprisonment to ensure control over Harry? I understand if you're hesitant, Sirius continued, misinterpreting Harry's silence. You don't know me. I'm a stranger who until yesterday was considered a mass murderer. If you prefer the ministry's arrangements, no, Harry interrupted, decision crystallizing with surprising clarity. No, I want to go with you. If you're my godfather, if my parents chose you, then that's where I belong. The smile that broke across Sirius's face was like sunshine after a storm. Really? You mean it? Harry nodded, surprising himself with the certainty of his choice. Where would we go? Black family townhouse in London, Sirius replied. Not my favorite place growing up, but it's unplottable, under Fidelius, and equipped with enough ancient wards to repel an army. Even Dumbledore can't find us there. It sounds perfect, Harry said, meaning it. Healer Blackwood cleared his throat. While this reunion is touching, I must insist on reviewing Mr. Potter's ongoing care requirements before discharge. Lord Black, as his guardian, you'll need to understand the specialized magical training and monitoring necessary during his recovery. Sirius straightened, surprising Harry with a sudden shift to aristocratic dignity. Of course, Healer. I've already arranged for specialized tutors and consulted with experts in magical recovery. The Black family has extensive resources, all of which are now dedicated to Harry's well-being. As Blackwood and Sirius discussed technicalities, Harry felt something unfamiliar settle in his chest, a tentative, fragile hope. For the first time in his life, someone was putting him first. Not the boy who lived, not a weapon to be honed against Voldemort, not an inconvenience to be tolerated, just Harry, a boy who deserved care and protection. An hour later, dressed in new clothes Sirius had brought, that actually fit properly, Harry stood ready to leave St. Mungo's. His few possessions were packed in a new trunk, his wand secured in a specialized holster designed to help manage his fluctuating power levels. "Ready to go home, kiddo?" Sirius asked, offering his arm. Home. Such a simple word, yet one that had never truly applied to any place Harry had lived. "More than ready," he replied, taking his godfather's arm. As they stepped out of the hospital room, flanked by Tonks and Shacklebolt, Harry couldn't help glancing back at the bed where his old life had ended and his new one had begun. Whatever Dumbledore's reasons for keeping him weak and controllable, they no longer mattered. The shackles were broken. His magic was free. And for the first time, Harry Potter was becoming who he was always meant to be. Chapter 2, Unbound. The ancient townhouse at number 12 Grimmauld Place materialized between buildings 11 and 13 like a dark specter shouldering its way into reality. Harry stared up at the imposing facade, with its serpentine door knocker and grimy windows. This was to be his home, at least for now. "It's not much to look at from the outside," Sirius admitted, leading Harry up the worn stone steps. The Black family wasn't big on curb appeal. More the intimidate and repel school of architecture. "It's brilliant," Harry said honestly. After the sterile hospital room and years with the Dursleys, the idea of a magical house, however forbidding it appeared, was enticing. Sirius touched the door with his wand. "Fair warning, the place has been empty except for one deranged house elf for over a decade. I've been working on it since my exoneration, but, well, you'll see." The door swung open with an ominous creak. Harry followed Sirius into a dimly lit hallway, where gas lamps flickered to life, casting eerie shadows across peeling wallpaper and a tarnished chandelier. The air smelled of dust and something else, something old and magical that tickled Harry's newly sensitive senses. "Welcome to the ancient and most noble House of Black," Sirius announced with a theatrical sweep of his arm, voice dripping with irony. "Ancestral home to generations of pure-blooded maniacs." Harry stepped further inside, immediately feeling the house's magic wash over him, ancient wards recognizing, assessing, and ultimately accepting his presence. It was the strangest sensation, like being examined by a sentient entity. "The house likes you," Sirius observed with surprise. "That's unusual. It generally loathes everyone, including me." "You can tell?" Harry asked. "The wards just shifted to accommodate you. Usually, they merely tolerate guests." Sirius looked thoughtful. "Though I suppose with your mother being from the Black line, the house might recognize your blood." Harry's head snapped up. "My mother was related to the Blacks." "Distantly. Most old wizarding families are interconnected somehow." Sirius smiled at Harry's evident surprise. "There's a tapestry upstairs, family tree going back centuries. I can show you where the connection is." The idea that he had an extended magical family tree, even a distant one, struck Harry profoundly. Another piece of heritage Dumbledore had kept from him. A sudden crack echoed through the hallway, making Harry jump. A house elf appeared, ancient and gnarled, with bloodshot eyes and a filthy pillowcase for clothing. He glared at them with undisguised loathing. "The traitor returns with a half-blood brat," the elf croaked. "Oh, what would my poor mistress say, the shame of it, the disgrace." "Harry, meet creature," Sirius said with distaste. "Family house elf and living embodiment of everything wrong with the Black legacy. Creature, Harry is my godson and heir. You will treat him with respect." Creature's eyes widened at the word heir, and he gave Harry a more assessing look. "The boy is master's heir. Creature must serve the Black heir, even if his blood is tainted." "That's quite enough," Sirius snapped. "Go prepare the room across from mine for Harry. Make sure it's properly cleaned, by your standards, not your recent ones." With a resentful bow and another crack, Creature vanished. "Sorry about that," Sirius grimaced. "He's been alone too long with nothing but my mother's portrait for company. Speaking of which, keep your voice down in this hallway. We don't want to wake her up." Harry glanced at the heavy curtains covering what appeared to be a life-sized portrait. "Your mother's portrait can wake up. Magical portraits retain impressions of their subjects' personalities," Sirius explained in a hushed tone. "My dear mother's impression happens to be a screaming, pure-blood supremacist harpy. I've been trying to remove it, but she used a permanent sticking charm." Sirius led Harry deeper into the house, past mounted house elf heads, another charming family tradition I plan to end, and up a creaking staircase. The upper floors, while still gloomy, showed signs of recent cleaning efforts. "This is my room," Sirius said, indicating a door adorned with a Gryffindor banner. "And yours will be right across the hall. We've got 5 bedrooms total, plus the library, drawing room, kitchen, and various nasty little nooks filled with dark artifacts I haven't cleared out yet. Don't touch anything unfamiliar without asking first." Harry nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of his situation. Less than 2 weeks ago, he'd been Harry Potter, the boy who lived, Dumbledore's protégé. Now he was, what, exactly? A wizard discovering his unbound potential? The heir to the House of Black? A political pawn in a brewing war? Sirius seemed to sense his turmoil. "It's a lot to take in, isn't it?" he said gently. "New home, new guardian, new, you. Everything's changed," Harry admitted. "I don't even know who I am anymore." Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "You're James and Lily's son. My godson. A wizard with extraordinary potential. The rest, well, we'll figure it out together." Before Harry could respond, a silvery lynx materialized in the hallway, a Patronus, Harry realized. It spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice, "Ministry representatives arriving in 10 minutes. Bones, Scrimgeour, and legal counsel." Sirius grimaced. "Duty calls. They want to formally transfer guardianship and brief us on the investigation status." He glanced at Harry. "You up for this? I can ask them to postpone." Harry straightened his shoulders. "No, I want to know what's happening. With Dumbledore, with everything." Pride flickered across Sirius's face. James would say the same thing. "All right then, let's head down to the drawing room. It's the least decrepit." The drawing room, while clearly once grand, retained only echoes of its former elegance. Faded emerald wallpaper peeled at the corners, and the ornate black wood furniture was dulled by years of neglect. But it was clean, and a fire crackled in the massive stone fireplace, lending the space a reluctant warmth. Harry sat beside Sirius on a high-backed sofa as Amelia Bones outlined the current situation. She was accompanied by Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, a leonine man with penetrating yellow eyes, and a sharp-featured which introduced as Andromeda Tonks, legal counsel and, surprisingly, Sirius's cousin. "Dumbledore remains unlocated," Bones reported. "However, we've intercepted several OWL communications between him and loyal Order members. He's attempting to rally support, claiming the allegations are a conspiracy to discredit him." "And are people believing him?" Harry asked. Some are, Scrimgeour acknowledged. Dumbledore built a lifetime of goodwill and political capital. Many refuse to accept his fall from grace. But the evidence is overwhelming, Andromeda added, her aristocratic features, so reminiscent of her cousin Sirius's, set in determined lines. The potion's residue in your system, the magical signatures, the financial records showing ingredients purchases, it all creates a compelling case. What about Hogwarts? Harry asked. I still want to return when term starts. The adults exchanged glances. That presents complications, Bones said carefully. Your magical condition requires specialized supervision. And your security cannot be guaranteed in a castle where Dumbledore held influence for decades. I'm going back, Harry stated, surprising himself with his own certainty. My friends are there. My life is there. I won't let Dumbledore take that from me too. The boy's right, Sirius supported. Isolating him would just be replacing Dumbledore's cage with one of our own making. Scrimgeour leaned forward, studying Harry with those unsettling yellow eyes. Perhaps a compromise. Return to Hogwarts, but with conditions, private quarters with enhanced security, regular check-ins with Auror stationed at the school, and specialized tutoring to manage your developing abilities. We can arrange that legally, Andromeda confirmed, pulling a parchment from her briefcase. I've drafted a conditional attendance agreement that Minerva McGonagall has already provisionally approved. It grants Harry special status while maintaining his integration with the student body. Harry nodded, relieved. That sounds reasonable. Now, about your guardianship, Bones continued. The paperwork transferring legal custody to Sirius has been processed. However, given the unusual circumstances, we've implemented additional provisions. Andromeda handed Harry a thick document. This establishes a hybrid guardianship. Sirius is your primary guardian, but you're granted significant autonomy in decisions regarding your education, medical care, and estate management. Essentially, you have the rights of an adult wizard with the protective support of a guardian until you reach 17. Harry stared at the document, a lump forming in his throat. For the first time in his life, he was being given control over his own destiny. Thank you, he managed. There's more, Bones said. Your family estate has been unsealed. The Potter vaults, properties, and heirlooms are being catalogued and returned to your control. Sirius, as your guardian, will have oversight until you're of age, but all decisions will ultimately be yours. I had no idea there was so much, Harry admitted. The Potters were an ancient line, Scrimgeour commented. Not as ostentatiously wealthy as the Malfoys or as politically entrenched as the Blacks, but respected and well established. Your grandfather Fleamont made a fortune with hair care potions, of all things. Hair potions? Harry repeated incredulously, unconsciously touching his perpetually messy hair. Sirius barked a laugh. Ironic, isn't it? Your dad used to joke that the family fortune came from a product that refused to work on its creator's descendants. These small details about his family, casual, human, real, were precious to Harry, filling gaps in his identity he hadn't even known existed. The meeting continued, covering security protocols, legal proceedings against Dumbledore, should he be apprehended, and arrangements for Harry's continued medical care. Throughout it all, Harry found himself watching Sirius, still marveling at this unexpected ally who had crashed into his life. As the ministry officials prepared to leave, Bones paused, fixing Harry with a penetrating look. There's one more matter, Mr. Potter. The prophecy. Harry stiffened. Prophecy? During your treatment, you mentioned fragments of recovered memories involving discussions of a prophecy, Bones reminded him. We believe this may be central to understanding Dumbledore's actions toward you. I remember, voices arguing about it, Harry said slowly. But not the content. There is a recorded prophecy in the Department of Mysteries with your name attached to it, Bones revealed. Made by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore shortly before your birth. Under normal circumstances, only subjects of a prophecy may retrieve it, but given the criminal investigation. You've heard it, Harry realized. Bones nodded gravely. Yes. And its contents are significant. It may explain, though not excuse, Dumbledore's decision to suppress your magical development. Tell me, Harry demanded. I need to know. After a measured silence, Bones recited, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Harry felt them settle onto his shoulders, a weight he'd been carrying unknowingly his entire life. "So that's why," he said softly. "Dumbledore was afraid of what I might become. Afraid I might be too powerful to control." "That's our working theory," Scrimgeour confirmed. "The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore may have feared that power, especially if he couldn't predict or direct it. Or he might have been trying to delay the prophecy's fulfillment," Andromeda suggested. "Keeping you underpowered until he deemed you ready for your confrontation with the Dark Lord." "Either way," Sirius growled, "he had no right. No right to play God with your life, Harry." After the ministry officials departed, Harry remained in the drawing room, staring into the fire as the prophecy echoed in his mind. Sirius sat quietly beside him, offering silent companionship. "I was always meant to face Voldemort," Harry finally said. "Always on this collision course with him." "Perhaps," Sirius allowed. "But prophecies are tricky things, Harry. They're often fulfilled in ways no one expects. And they don't dictate how you live until that moment comes." "Dumbledore thought controlling me was the answer," Harry continued, anger simmering beneath his words. "Keeping me weak, dependent, malleable. Grooming the perfect sacrifice. Dumbledore has always had a problem seeing people as people rather than pieces on a chessboard," Sirius said bitterly. "I respected him once, but his methods, the ends don't justify the means. Not when the means destroy the very thing you're fighting to protect." Harry looked up at his godfather. "What do we do now?" Sirius smiled, a determined light in his grey eyes. "Now, Harry, we take your life back. We train you properly, not as a weapon, but as a wizard deserving of his heritage and power. We find allies who see you as more than a prophecy. And we prepare, not just for Voldemort, but for whatever future you choose." For the first time since waking in St. Mungo's, Harry felt a genuine smile spread across his face. "I'd like that." The next morning, Harry woke to sunlight filtering through heavy velvet curtains he hadn't bothered to close the night before. For a moment, he didn't recognize his surroundings: the ornately carved four-poster bed, the silver and green wallpaper. Sirius had apologized for the Slytherin colors, promising they could redecorate, the tall windows overlooking a small garden that Muggle neighbors couldn't see. Then he remembered Grimmauld Place. His new home with Sirius. He sat up, immediately noticing how different he felt. The constant low-grade fatigue that had been his companion for as long as he could remember was gone. His body felt efficient. Responsive. As if it had been operating at half capacity his entire life and was now finally working properly. Curious, Harry slipped out of bed and approached the full-length mirror in the corner. The reflection that greeted him was both familiar and startlingly different. He'd grown several inches in the past week, his frame filling out from painfully thin to lean but healthy. His features had sharpened, resembling the photographs of his father more distinctly. But the most striking change was in his eyes, still brilliantly green like his mother's, but now almost luminous with barely contained power. A soft knock interrupted his self-examination. "Harry? You awake?" Sirius called through the door. "Come in," Harry answered, turning from the mirror. Sirius entered, already dressed in casual robes, carrying a small wooden box. He paused, seeing Harry standing by the mirror. "Getting used to the new you?" he asked with understanding. "It's strange," Harry admitted. "I keep expecting to see the old me, smaller, skinnier." "You look like James at your age," Sirius said softly. "Except the eyes, of course. Always Lily's eyes." He seemed to shake himself from memory. "Anyway, I brought you something. Found it in the family vault yesterday." He handed Harry the box, which was carved with intricate runes that seemed to shift subtly under Harry's gaze. When Harry touched it, the box warmed instantly, and the lid clicked open. Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a simple silver ring bearing a crest, a shield with a stag and a doe facing each other. "The Potter heir ring," Sirius explained. "James wore it until he became Lord Potter at 17. It would have gone to you at 11 if he didn't need to finish. If Dumbledore hadn't interfered. If Harry had known his heritage." With slightly trembling fingers, Harry lifted the ring. It hummed with magic, responding to his touch like a living thing. "Left hand, middle finger," Sirius instructed gently. Harry slid the ring onto his finger. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, magic surged up his arm, not painful, but intensely powerful, as if the ring were assessing him. The band briefly glowed with golden light, then adjusted itself to fit perfectly. "It accepts you," Sirius said, evident relief in his voice. "Not that I doubted it would, but magical artifacts can be temperamental." "What does it do?" Harry asked, staring at the ring now comfortably situated on his finger. "Several things. It identifies you as heir to House Potter. It offers certain protections against mental interference, might have prevented some of Dumbledore's manipulations if you'd had it earlier. And it connects you to Potter family magic." "Family magic?" Harry repeated. "Old families have magical affinities that pass down bloodlines," Sirius explained. "Talents, predispositions, sometimes even unique spells. The Potters were known for protective and transformative magic. James was a natural animagus, learned the transformation in half the time it took me. Another revelation about his father, another piece of his heritage." Harry stared at the ring, imagining his father wearing it, and his grandfather before him. "Thank you," he said simply, words inadequate for the gift of connection to his past. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "There's more in the Potter vaults. We'll visit Gringotts soon. But first, breakfast. Fair warning, I'm a terrible cook, and Creature's idea of breakfast might be poison kippers. I was thinking we could go out. There's a wizarding cafe in Diagon Alley that does a brilliant fry-up." Harry hesitated. "Won't there be people? Reporters?" "Probably," Sirius acknowledged. "But you can't hide forever, Harry. Better to face it on our terms than be caught off guard later. Besides, we both need new wands." "New wands?" Harry questioned, instinctively touching his holly and phoenix feather wand. "Your magic has fundamentally changed," Sirius reminded him. "Your old wand might not be optimally compatible anymore. And mine was snapped when I was arrested. We can stop by Ollivander's after breakfast." The prospect was both exciting and unsettling. Harry's wand had been his first real connection to the magical world, his constant companion through 2 years at Hogwarts. But he'd already noticed how differently it responded to his unbound magic, sometimes sluggish, sometimes explosively powerful. "All right," he agreed. "Breakfast and wands. But if Rita Skeeter shows up, I'm leaving." Sirius grinned. "Fair enough. And if she bothers you, I'll turn her handbag into a skunk. Lord Black privilege, minor public pranking is practically expected." The Enchanted Brew occupied a small corner of Diagon Alley, far enough from the main thoroughfare to avoid the worst of the shopping crowds. Its charmed windows showed different scenic views every few minutes, currently a sun-dappled forest glade, regardless of the actual weather outside. Harry and Sirius slipped in, Harry wearing a hooded cloak despite the warm September morning. They'd flood to the leaky cauldron and hurried through, attracting only a few curious glances. Sirius's exoneration was still recent news, overshadowed by the Dumbledore scandal. Lord Black, welcome back to civilization, greeted a plump witch with a sparkly butterfly clip fluttering in her silver hair. And is this just a table for two, please, Matilda? Sirius interrupted smoothly. Something private. The witch's eyes widened as she caught a glimpse of Harry's face beneath his hood, but she merely nodded and led them to a secluded booth near the back, enclosed by living vines that provided natural privacy. Your server will be along shortly, she promised, giving Harry another curious look before departing. So far so good, Sirius muttered, casting a mild notice-me-not charm around their table for good measure. Though I give it 10 minutes before word spreads. Sirius, Harry said, lowering his hood now that they were relatively private, there's something I've been wanting to ask. About my parents, about that night. Sirius's face sobered immediately. What do you want to know? Everything, Harry answered simply. But let's start with why Voldemort came after us in the first place. Was it because of the prophecy? Sirius nodded grimly. From what I understand, Voldemort heard part of it, just enough to identify you as a threat. James and Lily went into hiding under the Fidelius charm, with Peter as secret keeper. Not you? Harry asked, surprised. That was the plan originally. It would have been the obvious choice, James's best friend. Too obvious. We thought we were being clever, switching to Peter. No one would suspect him. Bitterness edged Sirius's voice. We didn't realize he'd already turned traitor. And Dumbledore? What was his role? He cast the Fidelius, Sirius replied. He knew it was Peter, not me. Which makes his silence when I was arrested all the more damning. He knew I couldn't have betrayed the secret. The implications were staggering. Dumbledore had allowed Sirius to be imprisoned without trial, removing another obstacle to his control over Harry. After your parents died and you somehow survived, I arrived at the cottage, Sirius continued, pain etching his features. Hagrid was already there, collecting you under Dumbledore's orders. I tried to take you, I was your godfather, it was my right, but Hagrid insisted Dumbledore had plans for your safety. And you let him take me? Harry couldn't keep the accusation from his voice. I made the worst mistake of my life, Sirius admitted, raw regret in every word. I gave you to Hagrid and went after Peter instead. Revenge seemed more important than my responsibility to you. If I'd just taken you like I should have. He shook his head. But I failed, and you paid the price. The honest pain in Sirius's voice diffused Harry's momentary anger. You're here now, he said simply. Their conversation paused as a server delivered heaping plates of eggs, sausage, beans, and toast. Harry realized he was ravenously hungry, another change since the potions had been purged from his system. The healers said my appetite would increase, he commented, digging in. Something about my body making up for years of suppressed growth. Eat up, Sirius encouraged. James could pack away amazing amounts of food at your age. Used to drive the house elves at Hogwarts to distraction. They ate in companionable silence for a while. Harry was just finishing his last piece of toast when he noticed the subtle shift in the cafe's atmosphere, conversations hushing, gazes turning their way despite the notice-me-not charm. I think we've been spotted, he murmured to Sirius. Sirius glanced around casually. Indeed. Time for a strategic exit, I think. Ready to visit Ollivanders? They paid quickly and slipped out the back entrance, avoiding the main alley where a small crowd of curious onlookers had begun to gather. Sirius led Harry through a narrow side passage that connected to the section of Diagon Alley where Ollivander's shop stood, its ancient facade unchanged since Harry's first visit before his first year. The familiar bell tinkled as they entered the dusty, narrow shop. It appeared empty at first, the thousands of wand boxes lining the walls creating the same sense of reverent hush Harry remembered. I wondered when I would be seeing you again, Mr. Potter, came Ollivander's soft voice from the shadows. The wand maker emerged, his silvery eyes even more luminous than Harry recalled. Though you are quite changed from our last meeting. You know what happened? Harry asked. News travels quickly in certain circles, Ollivander replied enigmatically. And the magical signature you now radiate is distinctive. Your true potential unbound at last. He turned to Sirius. And Sirius black. Ebony and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, unyielding. A wand of power and conviction. Snapped upon your arrest, I believe. Unfortunately, Sirius confirmed. A shame. It suited you well. Ollivander's attention returned to Harry. May I see your current wand, Mr. Potter? Harry hesitantly drew his holly wand and placed it in Ollivander's outstretched hand. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, Ollivander murmured, examining it closely. Brother to he who must not be named's wand. It has served you well, but... He gave the wand a gentle flick, producing only a few weak sparks. As I suspected. The connection has weakened. Not broken entirely, but strained by the fundamental changes in your magic. So I do need a new wand? Harry asked, feeling oddly bereft at the prospect of replacing his faithful companion. Not a replacement, but a complement, Ollivander corrected. This wand will always respond to you to some degree. But your unbound magic requires a more suitable channel. He studied Harry intently. And I suspect no single wand in my inventory will fully satisfy. What does that mean? Sirius asked. It means, Lord Black, that Mr. Potter requires a custom wand. Ollivander's eyes gleamed with professional excitement. A rare privilege for a wand maker. I haven't crafted a custom wand in, nearly 40 years. Is that necessary? Harry asked uncertainly. Your magic has complexities now that no pre-made wand could accommodate, Ollivander explained. Multiple magical affinities emerging simultaneously, power levels fluctuating as you stabilize, yes, a custom creation is essential. He turned abruptly. Come to the back. Both of you. This will be instructive. Curious, Harry and Sirius followed Ollivander through a narrow door into a workshop area. Unlike the dusty shop front, this space was immaculately organized, tools arranged with precision, wood samples stored in labeled drawers, and magical cores suspended in crystal containers along one wall. The process is simple in theory, complex in execution, Ollivander explained, selecting various instruments. You, Mr. Potter, must select the components that call to your magic. I will then craft them into a unified wand attuned specifically to your magical signature. He gestured to the wall of drawers. Wood first. Move your hand slowly across the drawer fronts. Don't think, feel. Your magic will recognize its match. Feeling slightly foolish, Harry ran his hand along the drawers. Most elicited no reaction, but as he passed the middle section, a warm tingle ran up his arm. He paused, moving his hand back and forth until the sensation intensified near one particular drawer. This one, he said with certainty. Ollivander nodded approvingly. Open it. Inside, various wood samples were neatly arranged. Again, Harry passed his hand over them until one, a rich, reddish-brown wood with a straight grain, practically hummed against his palm. Ah, Rowan, Ollivander breathed. The wood of protection, of clarity and vision. Associated with lightning and sudden insight. Excellent for defensive magic and transcending limitations. A powerful choice. Next came the core selection, where Harry felt drawn to not one but two containers, a silver feather that seemed to shimmer between visibility and invisibility, and a small vial containing what looked like liquid gold. Fascinating, Ollivander murmured. A thestral tail hair, exceedingly rare, with affinity for magic concerning life and death. And freely given phoenix tears, healing, renewal, rebirth. A dual core, then. Most unusual, but fitting for your unique circumstances. The final component was what Ollivander called a magical conductor, a small piece of material that would amplify and focus the wand's power. Here, Harry's magic led him unerringly to a tiny crystal that seemed to contain a perpetual lightning storm. Thunderbird crystal, Ollivander identified. From America. Represents divine power and protection. Creates wands of tremendous force, capable of sensing danger and casting powerful protective spells independently in moments of great need. For nearly 2 hours, Harry watched in fascination as Ollivander crafted his new wand. The wand maker worked in silent concentration, his gnarled hands moving with surprising grace as he combined the components Harry had selected. At times, he paused to add mysterious substances or cast spells in languages Harry didn't recognize. Finally, Ollivander held up the finished creation, a beautifully crafted wand of rich rowan wood, slightly longer than Harry's holly wand, with intricate spiraling patterns carved along its length. At the base of the handle was a small inlaid Thunderbird crystal that caught the light with flashes of contained lightning. 13.5 inches, rowan with dual core of thestral hair and phoenix tears, Thunderbird crystal conductor, Ollivander announced. Flexible but resilient. A wand of remarkable power, capable of exceptional protective magic and healing. A wand, he added with unusual gravity, worthy of a wizard stepping into his true potential. When Harry took the wand, the response was instantaneous and overwhelming. A surge of pure magic erupted from the tip, not sparks as with his first wand, but a brilliant silver-gold light that illuminated the entire shop, briefly forming patterns that resembled both a stag and a phoenix before dissipating. Merlin's beard, Sirius whispered. Harry felt it immediately, the perfect resonance between his magic and the wand, as if a circuit had been completed. This wasn't just a tool, it was an extension of himself, attuned to his true nature in a way his holly wand, chosen when his power was suppressed, could never be. Keep both wands, Ollivander advised. The holly wand connects you to your past, to the path you were set upon. This new wand represents your future, the path you choose for yourself. After crafting a more conventional ebony and dragon heartstring wand for Sirius, like your old one, but perhaps a touch more wisdom in this one, Ollivander refused payment. The privilege of crafting a custom wand for a wizard of Mr. Potter's unique circumstances is payment enough, he insisted. Consider it my apology for not recognizing the signs of magical suppression during your first visit. I suspected something was inhibiting your full connection to your wand, but failed to investigate properly. As they prepared to leave, Ollivander fixed Harry with those unervingly perceptive silver eyes. Remember, Mr. Potter, the wand chooses the wizard, but the wizard determines how its power is wielded. Great things await you, different great things than were planned for you, I think. Back on the street, Harry and Sirius found themselves confronted by a small group of reporters who had apparently gotten wind of their location. Mr. Potter. How does it feel to learn Dumbledore betrayed you? Lord Black, is it true you're seeking vengeance against Dumbledore for your wrongful imprisonment? Harry, are the rumors of your enhanced magical powers accurate? Before Harry could react, he felt a strange sensation from his new wand, a warning pulse of magic. Acting on instinct, he raised it just as a spell shot from the crowd toward them. The Rowan wand seemed to move of its own accord, producing a shield charm of such brilliance and power that the unknown spell dissipated harmlessly against it. Aurors appeared instantly, surrounding Harry and Sirius while subduing the would-be attacker, a wizard in nondescript robes who was shouting about Dumbledore's wisdom and containing dangerous power. Time to go, Sirius muttered, keeping a protective arm around Harry's shoulders as the Aurors created a path for them. That's enough excitement for one day. Back at Grimmauld Place, Harry sat in the library, examining his new wand while Sirius conversed with Kingsley Shacklebolt in the drawing room about the incident in Diagon Alley. The library was Harry's favorite room so far, 2 stories of books, accessible by a wrought iron spiral staircase, with comfortable leather chairs scattered throughout and enchanted windows that could be adjusted to show any view the occupant desired. Currently, they displayed the grounds of Hogwarts, making Harry feel closer to the place he still considered home despite everything. The attack was planned, Sirius reported, entering the library with a grim expression. The wizard was Elphias Doge, old friend of Dumbledore's. Claims he was saving the wizarding world from a power too great to be left unchecked. Dumbledore's narrative is spreading, Harry observed. That I'm dangerous. That my unbound magic is a threat. Precisely what we expected, Sirius acknowledged, dropping into a chair opposite Harry. Which is why we need to counter it with our own narrative. Show the wizarding world that your restored power isn't something to fear, but to celebrate, the rightful heritage that was wrongfully suppressed. Harry twirled his new wand thoughtfully, watching the Thunderbird crystal catch the light. And how do we do that? We've been invited to give an interview to the Prophet. Supervised, on our terms, with questions approved in advance. Sirius grimaced slightly. Politics isn't my favorite game, but it's necessary in this case. Public opinion will significantly impact how you're treated when you return to Hogwarts. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been thrust into the public eye since entering the wizarding world, but always as a passive figure, defined by others' perceptions and expectations. Perhaps it was time to take control of his own story. Let's do it, he decided. But not with Rita Skeeter. I don't trust her. Agreed. Andromeda suggested a journalist named Maximilian Webb, reputation for accuracy and fairness. Less sensational than Skeeter, but more respected. Sirius hesitated. There's something else we need to discuss. Your friends have been owling non-stop. I think it's time we invited them over. Harry brightened immediately. Despite daily letters, he missed Ron and Hermione fiercely. When? Tomorrow. The security wards have been updated, and Kingsley's arranged protective details for their families, just in case Dumbledore's supporters decide to apply pressure. The idea that his friends might be in danger because of him hadn't occurred to Harry. Are they at risk? Probably not, Sirius assured him. But better safe than sorry. The Weasleys are well protected at the Burrow, and Hermione's parents have been given magical protections for their home and dental practice. The conversation shifted to Harry's magical training. Now that he had a properly matched wand, he could begin relearning control over his enhanced abilities. I've arranged for tutors, Sirius explained. Specialists in different magical disciplines who can help you harness your particular talents. Andromeda for control exercises, she's quite skilled in precision magic. Remus Lupin for defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin? Harry questioned. From Hogwarts? Sirius smiled. He was hired this year, yes. But before that, he was one of our best friends, the fourth marauder alongside me, your father, and... His expression darkened briefly, Peter. Remus has agreed to come early and start your training before term begins. And my other abilities? Harry asked. The healers mentioned I might develop talents that were suppressed. We'll assess those as they emerge, Sirius replied. Some may require specialized instruction. I've reached out to contacts internationally, just in case. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of an elegant tawny owl, which swooped into the library through an open window and deposited a letter in Harry's lap. The parchment bore the Hogwarts seal. My school letter. Harry wondered aloud, breaking the seal. But instead of the usual supply list, he found a personal note written in Professor McGonagall's distinctive hand. Dear Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well and adjusting to your new circumstances. Hogwarts awaits your return, though I understand you may have reservations given recent revelations. Per our agreement with the Ministry, special accommodations have been arranged for your third year. You will be provided private quarters adjacent to Gryffindor Tower, with secure access to the common room. Professor Lupin has been briefed on your magical situation and will oversee specialized training during the term. Your class schedule has been modified to include free periods for these sessions and to accommodate any difficulties you may experience as your magic continues to stabilize. These arrangements can be adjusted as needed. Mr. Potter, Harry, I want to assure you personally that Hogwarts remains your home. Steps have been taken to ensure Albus cannot access the castle grounds. Your safety is our paramount concern. If you have questions or special requirements before term begins, please do not hesitate to contact me directly. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress, Acting, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry handed the letter to Sirius, who read it quickly, nodding with approval. Minerva's handling this well, he commented. She always was practical in a crisis. Private quarters, Harry noted. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I like the Gryffindor dormitory. It's a sensible precaution while your magic stabilizes, Sirius pointed out. Remember that magical surge at St. Mungo's? Imagine that happening in a room full of sleeping students. Harry winced at the thought. Fair point. Besides, Sirius added with a mischievous glint, private quarters have advantages. No one monitoring your comings and goings, space to practice magic without an audience, room to entertain friends without the entire house knowing your business. You sound like you're encouraging me to break rules, Harry observed, amused. I'm merely pointing out the practical benefits, Sirius replied innocently. Though as a former marauder, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that private quarters would have been a godsend for our extracurricular activities. Harry laughed, then sobered as another thought struck him. Sirius, what if my magic doesn't stabilize? What if I can't control it properly? Sirius leaned forward, his expression serious. Harry, listen to me. Your magic isn't a wild beast to be feared. It's part of you, the true you, unbound at last. Yes, it's powerful. Yes, it will take time to master. But wizards have been handling powerful magic for millennia. You have support, you have resources, and most importantly, you have the inherent right to your full magical potential. The conviction in Sirius's voice was reassuring, but doubt still lingered. But what if Dumbledore was right? What if my power is dangerous? All power is dangerous in the wrong hands or used for the wrong reasons, Sirius replied. But that's true of any wizard, not just you. Dumbledore didn't suppress your magic out of altruism, Harry. He did it for control. And the difference between those two motivations is everything. Before Harry could respond, the fireplace flared green, and Andromeda Tonks's head appeared in the flames. Sirius, Harry, sorry to interrupt, but we have a situation, she announced without preamble. Dumbledore has released a public statement through the Quibbler. He's claiming his actions were necessary to prevent Harry from developing dangerous magical instabilities caused by the rebounded killing curse. Sirius swore under his breath. He's playing the greater good card. Making it sound like he was protecting Harry rather than controlling him. Exactly, Andromeda confirmed. The article includes testimonials from magical experts supporting his theory that unrestricted magical development in Harry's case could lead to catastrophic consequences. But that's rubbish. Harry protested. The healers found no instabilities, just deliberate suppression. Unfortunately, many will believe Dumbledore over anonymous healers, Andromeda said grimly. He's built a lifetime of credibility and trust. We need to accelerate our response. The interview with Webb should happen tomorrow, not next week. Agreed, Sirius decided. And we need Healer Blackwood to go on record about Harry's condition. Medical evidence to counter Dumbledore's claims. As they discussed strategy, Harry felt his anger building, not the hot, impulsive anger he was used to, but something deeper and more controlled. Dumbledore wasn't just content to have manipulated him for years, now he was trying to justify it by painting Harry as potentially unstable or dangerous. He thought of the prophecy, "Power the Dark Lord knows not," and wondered if that power was simply the freedom to be himself, unbound by others' expectations and manipulations. The interview with Maximilian Webb took place the following morning in Grimmauld Place's drawing room, which Creature had grudgingly cleaned to presentable standards. Webb was a middle-aged wizard with perpetually ink-stained fingers and the air of someone who took facts very seriously indeed. "I appreciate your willingness to speak with me, Mr. Potter, Lord Black," Webb began, setting up a modified dictation quill that he assured them was accurate rather than sensationalistic. In light of Professor Dumbledore's recent statement, this interview has taken on additional significance. Harry nodded, nervous but determined. Sirius sat beside him, a reassuring presence. Let's start with the basics, Webb suggested. When did you first become aware that your magic had been suppressed? Harry recounted his collapse at platform 9 3/4 and the subsequent revelations at St. Mungo's. As he spoke, he found his nervousness fading, replaced by the simple desire to tell his truth. And the medical evidence confirms deliberate suppression, not instability as Professor Dumbledore claims? Webb asked. Healer Blackwood's report is unequivocal, Sirius interjected, handing over a sealed parchment. The potions Harry was subjected to weren't therapeutic or stabilizing. They were specifically designed to limit magical development and enhance suggestibility. The interview continued, covering the potion's effects, Harry's recovery, and the changes he was experiencing. Webb asked thoughtful, detailed questions without sensationalism. Professor Dumbledore suggests he acted to protect you from potentially dangerous magical instability, Webb noted. How do you respond to that claim? Harry considered carefully before answering. If that were true, why the secrecy? Why not explain the supposed risk to me or my guardians? Why include potions to make me more susceptible to suggestion? The evidence doesn't support a protective motive. And your magical abilities now, are they unstable as he suggests? Different, not unstable, Harry clarified. More powerful, yes, but that's my natural state, according to the healers. I'm working with tutors to develop proper control, just as any wizard would when growing into their magic. The most difficult questions came near the end. Mr. Potter, many in the wizarding world view Albus Dumbledore as a hero, a beacon of light magic. What would you say to those who find these allegations difficult to reconcile with that image? Harry paused, considering his answer carefully. I would say that people are complex. Professor Dumbledore has done great things for the wizarding world. He's also capable of terrible misjudgments. Believing he was right to control me doesn't erase his achievements. And his achievements don't justify what he did to me. Webb nodded thoughtfully. A remarkably balanced perspective. One final question, if I may, what do you hope for now, moving forward? The chance to be myself, Harry answered simply. To develop my magic naturally, to make my own choices, to live without being shaped into someone else's idea of what I should be. I just want what every young wizard wants, the freedom to become whoever I'm meant to be. After Webb departed, Sirius gave Harry's shoulder a squeeze. You did brilliantly. Honest without being vindictive, clear without being dramatic. The perfect counterpoint to Dumbledore's grandiose justifications. Will it make a difference? Harry wondered. It already has, Sirius assured him. You're taking control of your own narrative. That's no small thing, Harry. The rest of the day passed in anticipation of Ron and Hermione's arrival. Harry prowled the house restlessly, practicing simple charms with his new wand to develop better control. The Rowan wand responded differently than his Holly wand had, more immediately, more powerfully, requiring a lighter touch and clearer intent. When a simple Lumos nearly blinded him, Sirius suggested a different approach. You're still casting like you're pushing against resistance, he observed. Try this, imagine your magic as a river, and your wand as a channel. Don't force the flow, guide it. Harry closed his eyes, visualizing his magic as Sirius suggested. When he cast again, the result was still bright but controlled, a perfect reading light rather than a searchlight. Better, Sirius approved. Magic isn't just about power, it's about finesse. James struggled with this too when we were younger, too much raw talent, not enough precision. Your mother, on the other hand, had extraordinary control from the start. These casual mentions of his parents were precious to Harry. Each one added another brushstroke to the picture of who they had been, not just heroes who died protecting him, but real people with strengths and weaknesses, talents and quirks. At precisely 2 o'clock, the Floo flared green, and Ron stumbled through, followed more gracefully by Hermione. Both stopped short at the sight of Harry, their eyes widening. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "You've grown about a foot." "Language, Ron," Hermione admonished automatically, but her attention was fixed on Harry. "You look different. Not just taller, but more yourself," Sirius supplied from the doorway. "Welcome to the noble and most ancient house of Black, etc., etc. I'll leave you three to catch up." Creatures prepared refreshments in the drawing room, though I'd recommend checking for poison before consuming anything. Once alone, an awkward silence fell. Harry realized his friends were studying him with something like uncertainty, as if not quite sure who they were facing. "It's still me," he said quietly. "Just, less suppressed." "We know that," Hermione said quickly. "It's just a lot to take in. You look so different, and after everything that's happened. What's it like?" Ron asked bluntly. Having all that magic suddenly available. Harry appreciated Ron's direct approach. "Strange. Brilliant and terrifying at the same time. Like I've been seeing in black and white my whole life, and suddenly everything's in color. But I'm still learning to control it." He demonstrated with a simple levitation charm on a nearby book, which shot to the ceiling with barely a flick of his wand. "Wicked," Ron grinned, breaking the tension. "Bet Professor Flitwick will be impressed." "Or terrified," Harry replied with a rueful smile. "I've already shattered 3 glasses and accidentally set fire to a curtain." Hermione's expression had shifted from uncertainty to intellectual fascination. "I've been researching magical suppression and its reversal, not that there's much documentation on cases like yours. It's theoretically fascinating. Have you noticed any specific abilities emerging? Changes in magical affinity?" "Hermione," Ron groaned, "he's not a research project." "No, it's okay," Harry assured them. "I want to talk about it. And yes, there are changes. I have this new ability to sense magic, like seeing or feeling the spells and enchantments around me. And I've needed a new wand." He showed them the Rowan wand, explaining its custom creation. "Dual core." Hermione repeated, clearly intrigued. "That's extremely rare. Ancestral hair, I've never even read about that being used in wand making." "Ollivander said it has affinity for magic concerning life and death," Harry explained. "Makes sense, given your history," Ron commented. "You know, surviving the killing curse and all." As they talked, Harry felt the initial awkwardness melting away. Whatever physical or magical changes he'd undergone, the foundation of their friendship remained solid. When they moved to the drawing room for refreshments, which Hermione insisted on checking with a detection charm, much to Ron's amusement, the conversation turned to Hogwarts. "It's been chaos," Ron reported. "Dad says the governors nearly came to blows over whether McGonagall should be permanent headmistress or just acting until Dumbledore is cleared of these preposterous charges. That's what Lucius Malfoy keeps saying." "And the students?" Harry asked anxiously. "Divided," Hermione answered. "Some refuse to believe Dumbledore could do anything wrong. Others are outraged on your behalf. The prefects received special instructions about preventing arguments or confrontations when term starts." "What about Ginny?" Harry asked hesitantly, remembering how Dumbledore had handled the Chamber of Secrets incident. "After what happened last year, with the diary and Dumbledore." Ron's expression darkened. "She's having a hard time. Dumbledore told her he'd handled everything, that she wasn't responsible for what happened. Finding out he was manipulating you all along, it's made her question everything he told her about the possession. Mum's arranged for her to see a mind healer," Ron continued. "Dad insisted, especially after they found evidence Dumbledore might have modified her memories of some events in the chamber." Harry felt sick. "He messed with her memories too?" "We don't know for sure," Hermione said quickly. "But there are inconsistencies in her recollection that suggest magical interference. The healers are working to determine if it was just trauma or deliberate modification." Another victim of Dumbledore's manipulations. How many others had there been? How far did the web of deception extend? What about you two? Harry asked suddenly. Have you had yourselves checked? For memory charms, potions, anything? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Dad insisted we both get examined at St. Mungo's, Ron admitted. They found traces of minor memory modifications in both of us. Nothing major, just selective editing, they called it. Mostly related to times we might have noticed something off about you. Like when you performed accidental magic that was too powerful for Dumbledore's narrative, Hermione elaborated. Or when you showed signs of malnutrition or neglect that should have raised questions. The violation was staggering. Not content with manipulating Harry, Dumbledore had tampered with his friends' minds to maintain his control. I'm so sorry, Harry said quietly. Don't you dare apologize, Hermione said fiercely. None of this is your fault. If anything, we should apologize for not somehow seeing through it all. How could you? Harry replied. If Dumbledore was willing to use memory charms to keep his secrets, no one could have known. The conversation eventually turned to lighter topics, the upcoming Quidditch season, new classes for third year, speculation about Professor Lupin as a teacher. Through it all, Harry felt a growing sense of normalcy, despite everything that had changed. When it was time for Ron and Hermione to leave, both hugged him tightly. You're still you, Hermione whispered. Just more so. And we've got your back, Ron added firmly. No matter what. After they departed, Harry found Sirius in the library, reading what appeared to be a legal document. Good visit? Sirius asked, setting the parchment aside. Harry nodded. They're still my friends. Even with everything changing. True friendship survives transformation, Sirius observed. James and Remus stuck by me even after learning I could turn into a massive dog and shed on the furniture. Harry laughed, then grew serious. Sirius, did you know Dumbledore modified their memories too? Ron's and Hermione's. And possibly Ginny Weasley's as well. Sirius's expression darkened. I suspected as much. Dumbledore wouldn't have left loose ends, anyone who might have noticed inconsistencies in his narrative would be a threat. How far does it go? Harry wondered aloud. How many people has he manipulated? And why? Just to control me? Or is there more? Those are the questions at the heart of the investigation, Sirius replied. And why Dumbledore remains dangerous despite being exposed. He still believes he's right, that whatever he's working toward justifies these methods. Harry fingered his new wand thoughtfully. The prophecy says I have power the Dark Lord knows not. What if that power is simply being free of manipulation? What if it's making my own choices instead of following Dumbledore's script? An interesting theory, Sirius acknowledged. Prophecies are notorious for fulfilling themselves in unexpected ways. Before Harry could pursue this line of thought, a silvery lynx Patronus bounded through the wall, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. Hogwarts wards breached. Dumbledore attempted entry. Repelled but message left. Secure Potter. Details follow. Sirius was immediately on his feet, wand drawn. Creature. Security protocols, now. The house elf appeared with a crack, for once not muttering insults but looking grimly professional. Yes, Master. Black family wards activating. He snapped his gnarled fingers, and Harry felt the house's magic surge around them, ancient protections layering and intensifying. What does this mean? Harry asked, his own wand ready. What message? We'll know soon enough, Sirius replied tensely. But Dumbledore trying to enter Hogwarts is significant. He must be growing desperate. Within minutes, the floof flared, and Kingsley Shacklebolt's tall form stepped through, followed by Amelia Bones. He bypassed the outer wards using knowledge from his time as headmaster, Kingsley reported without preamble. Minerva sensed the breach and initiated lockdown protocols. He retreated when Aurors responded, but not before leaving this in the Great Hall. He handed Sirius a rolled parchment sealed with wax that bore not the Hogwarts crest, but a stylized phoenix. "It's addressed to you, Harry," Bones said quietly. Harry took the scroll, feeling a strange vibration from it, not a curse or trap, according to his developing magical senses, but something more subtle. Breaking the seal, he unrolled the parchment to reveal elegant handwriting he recognized immediately. "Harry, I understand your anger and sense of betrayal. From your perspective, my actions appear unconscionable. If I could explain in person, I would, but circumstances have made that impossible. What you perceive as suppression was protection. The night Voldemort's curse rebounded, it created magical instabilities within you that, left unchecked, threatened not only your well-being but potentially that of those around you. The potions were calibrated to contain these instabilities while allowing your natural development to proceed at a safe pace. The healers at St. Mungo's, while undoubtedly well-intentioned, lacked the specific knowledge of the magical exchange that occurred that night. They see only suppression where there was necessary containment. I fear that without proper guidance, the power now unleashed within you may prove destructive, to yourself first, then to others. Whatever you may think of me now, I have only ever acted for your protection and the greater good of our world. When you are ready to hear the complete truth, when you have experienced enough to understand the necessity of difficult choices, I will be waiting. Until then, proceed with caution. Not all power is meant to be wielded without preparation." Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, then wordlessly handed it to Sirius, whose expression darkened as he scanned the contents. Manipulative to the end, Sirius growled, passing the letter to Bones and Shacklebolt. "Still claiming righteousness while admitting nothing. It's a clever narrative," Bones observed. "One that would resonate with those already inclined to trust him." The concerned mentor, misunderstood but still acting out of love and wisdom. "And designed to plant seeds of doubt in Harry," Kingsley added. "Make him question his own stability, fear his emerging power." Harry felt a strange calm settling over him as they discussed the letter. A week ago, such a message from Dumbledore might have left him confused and conflicted. Now, he saw through the carefully constructed language to the manipulation beneath. "He's lying," Harry said simply. "Or at least, not telling the whole truth. I can feel it." The adults looked at him with surprise. "Feel it?" Bones questioned. Harry struggled to articulate the sensation. "The letter, it has a magical residue. Not a spell exactly, but an intent. Like he infused the words with persuasion." Kingsley waved his wand over the parchment, revealing a subtle golden glow. "Impressive, Harry. There is indeed a mild compulsion charm woven into the parchment, not strong enough to control, but enough to make the reader more receptive to the message. Most adult wizards wouldn't detect it." Another ability emerging, Sirius noted with a mixture of pride and concern. Sensitivity to magical influences. "A useful one, given the circumstances," Bones observed. "This attempt to contact you directly suggests Dumbledore is growing anxious. Your interview with Webb will be published tomorrow, countering his narrative with medical evidence. He's trying to re-establish influence before public opinion solidifies against him." "What now?" Harry asked. "We continue as planned," Sirius decided. "The interview, your magical training, preparation for Hogwarts. But with enhanced security. If Dumbledore was bold enough to attempt entry at Hogwarts, he might try to reach you directly as well." That night, after the ministry officials had departed and additional security measures had been implemented, Harry stood at the window of his bedroom, looking out at the invisible garden that existed in the space between worlds, visible to the inhabitants of Grimmauld Place but hidden from the Muggles on either side. His reflection in the glass showed a young wizard poised between childhood and adulthood, between a manipulated past and an uncertain future. The Harry Potter staring back at him was neither the scrawny, downtrodden boy of Privet Drive nor the puppet Dumbledore had tried to shape. He was someone new, still emerging, still discovering his own boundaries and capabilities. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Sirius entered, carrying an old leather-bound book. "Thought you might like to see this. Found it while clearing out some old boxes." He handed Harry the book, which turned out to be a photo album. Unlike the one Hagrid had given him, which contained formal portraits and newspaper clippings, this one held candid snapshots of the Marauders' time at Hogwarts, James Potter and his friends laughing, pulling pranks, studying, growing up. "Your father at your age," Sirius said, pointing to a photo of a grinning, messy-haired boy proudly displaying a Quidditch trophy. "Third year, just made chaser on the Gryffindor team." Harry studied the image hungrily. The resemblance between him and his father had always been noted, but now, with his natural growth no longer suppressed, it was even more striking. "He was gangly too," Sirius observed with a smile. "Shot up about 4 inches over the summer before third year. Your grandfather used to joke that feeding James was like trying to fill a bottomless pit." Harry turned the pages, drinking in these glimpses of his father's life. There was James with Sirius, arms slung around each other's shoulders, James looking adoringly at a pretty red-haired girl who was pointedly ignoring him, James and his friends sprawled under a tree by the lake. "I thought you might need this," Sirius said quietly. "A reminder that you're more than a prophecy, more than Dumbledore's project, more than the boy who lived. You're James and Lily's son. You're a Potter. And whatever else you become, that foundation is something no one can take away from you." Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "Thank you," he managed. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "Get some rest. Tomorrow's another day in the grand adventure of defying expectations and charting your own course, something your father would have heartily approved of." After Sirius left, Harry continued paging through the album until he fell asleep. The book opened beside him to a photo of James Potter flying, free and joyful, across the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, an image of unfettered possibility that followed Harry into his dreams. The week before Harry's return to Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of activity. His interview with Maximilian Webb was published to significant effect, presenting a calm, rational counterpoint to Dumbledore's increasingly desperate justifications. Healer Blackwood's medical testimony, included in the article, systematically dismantled Dumbledore's claims about necessary stabilization. Public opinion began to shift noticeably. While Dumbledore retained staunch defenders, growing numbers questioned his actions and motivations. The Prophet's Letters section overflowed with debate, and the Wisengamot announced formal hearings to investigate the full scope of Dumbledore's activities. Meanwhile, Harry's magical training began in earnest. Andromeda Tonks visited daily to work with him on control exercises, precision charms, fine manipulation, and the critical skill of modulating his magical output. "Think of your magic as water flowing through different-sized pipes," she instructed during one particularly challenging session. "Same pressure, different outlets. A garden hose for simple charms, a fire hose for battle magic, a delicate sprinkler for detailed work." Harry's progress was impressive, if occasionally destructive. The drawing room still bore scorch marks from an overpowered incendio, and Creature had nearly suffered heart failure when Harry accidentally vanished an entire wall during transfiguration practice. Sirius, far from being upset, had congratulated Harry while Andromeda restored the wall with a complex wave of her wand. "Your raw power is extraordinary," Andromeda observed. "But power without control is just chaos. We need to develop your finesse." Remus Lupin arrived 3 days before term started, a shabby, prematurely aged wizard with kind eyes and an air of quiet competence that immediately put Harry at ease. The reunion between Sirius and Remus was emotional, years of separation and misunderstanding giving way to rekindled friendship. "I should have known you were innocent," Remus said, voice rough with regret. "I should have fought for you. And I should have trusted you enough to tell you about the Secret Keeper switch," Sirius replied. "We both failed. But we're here now, for Harry." Lupin's approach to defense against the dark arts was methodical but creative. Rather than starting with specific spells, he focused on helping Harry understand the fundamentals of magical defense. "The best shield isn't a spell, but awareness," he explained. Especially for you, with your developing sensitivity to magic. Before you cast, before you react, learn to assess. Under Lupin's guidance, Harry began to consciously develop his magical sensing ability, learning to distinguish different types of magic, to feel the approach of a spell before it struck, to identify subtle enchantments and wards. Your father had exceptional spatial awareness in dueling, Lupin noted after Harry successfully dodged a stinging hex without seeing it cast. Seemed to know where a spell would be before it arrived. You appear to have inherited that talent, enhanced by your sensitivity to magical signatures. The training was exhausting but exhilarating. For the first time, Harry felt he was learning magic as it was meant to be learned, not constrained by standardized curriculum or the limitations Dumbledore had imposed, but tailored to his specific abilities and needs. Yet alongside his progress came increasingly disquieting developments. Fragments of memory continued to surface, brief, vivid scenes from his early childhood that contradicted the narrative he'd been given. His parents laughing as he zoomed around on a toy broomstick. Sirius transforming into a dog to entertain him, and most disturbingly, Dumbledore arguing with his parents in a cottage living room, his father's voice raised in anger, "No, Albus. You've asked enough of us. You will not experiment with my son's magic." They're real memories, Sirius confirmed when Harry described this particular scene. That argument happened a few weeks before they died. Dumbledore had become obsessed with the prophecy, with understanding why you had been marked as Voldemort's equal. He wanted to perform some kind of magical assessment on you. James refused outright. Lily was more diplomatic but equally firm. What was Dumbledore looking for? Harry asked. I don't know exactly. James wouldn't discuss the details, just said Dumbledore had crossed a line. Sirius's expression darkened. In retrospect, I wonder if that refusal accelerated his plans. If he couldn't study you with your parents' permission, perhaps he decided to ensure you came under his control after they were gone. The implication was chilling, that Dumbledore might have deliberately allowed the Potters to remain vulnerable, knowing Voldemort was hunting them. It seemed too monstrous to contemplate, yet the pattern of manipulation stretched back so far. Equally concerning were the physical manifestations of Harry's changing magic. Twice more he experienced what Healer Blackwood called harmonic resonance events, sudden surges of magic that responded to his emotional state. The first occurred during a particularly frustrating training session when his control slipped, resulting in every book in the Black Library briefly levitating. The second, more alarming incident happened during a nightmare about the Chamber of Secrets, when he awoke to find his room crackling with visible magical energy that took nearly an hour to disperse. It's normal during magical recalibration, Blackwood assured him during a house call. Think of it as growing pains for your magical core. Each event should be less intense than the last as your magic finds its natural equilibrium. But what if it doesn't stabilize? Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. What if Dumbledore was right, and my magic is fundamentally unstable? Blackwood's response was reassuringly direct. Mr. Potter, I've been a magical healer for 47 years. I've seen truly unstable magical cores, they don't behave like yours. Your magic isn't unstable, it's extraordinarily powerful and still adjusting to freedom after years of suppression. It's like a river finding a new channel after a dam breaks, initially turbulent, but eventually settling into a natural flow. The night before his departure for Hogwarts, Harry sat in the garden behind Grimmauld Place, practicing a meditation technique Andromeda had taught him to help center his magic. The small urban space had been transformed over the past week. Sirius and Harry had worked together to clear decades of neglect, revealing a charming walled garden with ancient roses and a small reflecting pool. Harry felt Sirius' approach before he heard him, another aspect of his developing sensitivity. Last night of freedom, Sirius commented, settling onto the stone bench beside Harry. Nervous about tomorrow? A bit, Harry admitted. Everything will be different. I'll be different. Change is the only constant, Sirius observed. Though I admit that's cold comfort when you're at the center of the storm. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars appear in the small rectangle of sky visible above the garden walls. "I've been thinking about what you said before," Harry finally spoke. "About the power the Dark Lord knows not possibly being the freedom to make my own choices. I think there might be more to it." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Oh. What if it's not just freedom from Dumbledore's control, but freedom from everyone's expectations? Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Wizarding world, they all have fixed ideas about who I am and what I should be. But none of them know the real me." Harry gestured to the garden around them. This place was buried under weeds and rubbish, but the garden was still here, waiting. "What if my true power has been buried like that, not just by potions, but by everyone's preconceptions?" Sirius studied him thoughtfully. "An insightful theory. And what do you think that true power might be?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know yet. But I think I'm starting to find out. Every day I discover something new about myself, about my magic. It's like I'm becoming who I was always meant to be, before anyone else's plans got in the way." "A frightening prospect for those who would control you," Sirius noted. "Dumbledore, Voldemort, they both want you to follow their script. A Harry Potter who writes his own story threatens everything they've planned." "That's why I need to go back to Hogwarts," Harry said with sudden conviction. "Not hiding away, not running from Dumbledore or his supporters. I need to show everyone that I'm still me, just, more so. That my unbound magic isn't something to fear." Sirius smiled, pride evident in his expression. James would be shouting his approval right now. He never backed down from a challenge either. And Lily would be right there with him, making sure the challenge was met with both courage and wisdom. As they prepared to go inside, Sirius paused, his expression turning serious. "Harry, whatever happens at Hogwarts this year, remember this, you're not alone anymore. I'm a full call away. Remus will be there. Your friends have stood by you. You have allies now, real ones who see you for yourself, not for what you represent or what you can do for them." Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. After a lifetime of isolation, first with the Dursleys, then as the boy who lived set apart even at Hogwarts, the simple reality of having people genuinely in his corner was still overwhelming. "Also," Sirius added with a mischievous glint returning to his eyes, "I may have slipped something into your trunk that might help with any adventures that come your way. A certain heirloom your father would want you to have. Something marauder-ish." "The map?" Harry guessed, remembering Fred and George's gift from the previous year. Sirius looked surprised. "You already have it?" "Well, that simplifies things. Though I was actually referring to a certain invisibility cloak that apparently never made it into Dumbledore's hands. Found it in the Potter vault, the original, not the one Dumbledore gave you." "There are two cloaks?" Harry asked, confused. "Apparently. The one Dumbledore returned to you was high quality, but not the Potter family heirloom. The real one has special properties. You'll see the difference immediately." Sirius shrugged at Harry's shocked expression. "Just another small manipulation, I suppose. Keeping the true cloak while giving you a substitute, good enough to keep you safe but not as powerful as the original." Later that night, as Harry finished packing, he found the cloak Sirius had mentioned, at first glance similar to the one he already possessed, but upon closer inspection clearly different. Where his familiar cloak was fluid like water, this one seemed almost insubstantial, like holding woven shadow. When he drew it around his shoulders, he felt a subtle magic envelop him, not just hiding him from sight but somehow separating him from the physical world in a way he couldn't quite articulate. More importantly, he felt a connection to it, a sense of rightness, of inheritance. This had belonged to his father, and his grandfather before him, and who knew how many Potters stretching back through time. Not a loan from Dumbledore, but his birthright. Harry carefully folded both cloaks and placed them in his trunk. Tomorrow he would return to Hogwarts, not as Dumbledore's carefully crafted weapon, not as the unwitting subject of prophecy, but as Harry Potter, discovering his true self for the first time. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them unbound. Chapter 3, Rising. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the September sunshine, belching steam across platform 9 3/4 just as it had 2 weeks ago when Harry had collapsed. This time, however, Harry Potter stood tall beside his trunk, acutely aware of the stares and whispers that followed him. Head high, Sirius murmured beside him. "You've done nothing wrong." Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders. The platform had momentarily hushed when they arrived, parents and students alike turning to gape at the newly unbound boy who lived accompanied by his recently exonerated godfather. Now the whispers were spreading like wildfire. "Is that really Potter? He's so different. Did you see the prophet? They say Dumbledore, my father says it's all lies. Look at his magic, you can almost see it." That last comment caught Harry's attention. Could they really see his magic? He'd noticed in the mirror that morning a subtle luminescence to his eyes that hadn't been there before, but Sirius had assured him it was only noticeable to those specifically looking for it. "Ignore them," Hermione advised, appearing at his elbow with her parents trailing awkwardly behind. "People always talk. It doesn't matter." "Easy for you to say," Ron commented, joining them with the Weasley clan in tow. "You're not the one they're all staring at like you've grown a second head." Mrs. Weasley pushed forward, enveloping Harry in a fierce hug that momentarily drove the breath from his lungs. "Harry, dear. Look at you. All grown up and," she pulled back, eyes suspiciously moist. "Well, I won't say any more about that. Just know that Arthur and I are absolutely furious about what's happened. If we'd had any idea." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said sincerely, touched by her maternal concern. Mr. Weasley shook his hand firmly. "The ministry's in uproar, Harry. Half the departments are reviewing past directives from Dumbledore, looking for other irregularities. It's quite unprecedented." A high-pitched whistle cut through the platform noise, signaling 5 minutes until departure. The adults began hurried goodbyes while students scrambled to board. Sirius pulled Harry slightly aside for a final word. "Remember everything we've practiced," he said, gripping Harry's shoulders. "Control first, power second. And if anything feels wrong, contact me immediately. The two-way mirror is in your trunk with instructions." Harry nodded, suddenly reluctant to leave his godfather's protection for the uncertainties of Hogwarts. "What if?" "No what ifs," Sirius interrupted gently. "You're ready for this. And you won't be alone." He glanced meaningfully at where Remus Lupin was boarding the train, having agreed to ride with the students as an extra security measure. With a final embrace, Harry turned to board the train. As he stepped onto the carriage, he felt a subtle shift in the ambient magic, the familiar enchantments of the Hogwarts Express recognizing and welcoming him, but with a new clarity he'd never experienced before. It was like hearing a favorite song suddenly played on better instruments, the same melody but richer, more textured. Finding a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, Harry settled in for the journey, trying to ignore the students who, casually, walked past their compartment for a glimpse of him. "This is worse than first year," he muttered as a group of wide-eyed second-years made their third pass. "Fame's fickle that way, mate," Ron observed philosophically, unwrapping a chocolate frog. "Last year you were the heir of Slytherin. Now you're the victim of the century." "That's not helpful, Ronald," Hermione admonished. She turned to Harry with a more practical approach. "McGonagall sent me an owl yesterday about the prefect briefing. They've been instructed to intervene if anyone harasses you about what happened. And Professor Lupin will be keeping an eye out as well." Harry appreciated their concern but felt a growing determination to handle the situation himself. He wasn't the same vulnerable boy he'd been 2 weeks ago, in more ways than one. "I'll be fine," he assured them. "Really? I've faced worse than curious stares." "That's the spirit," came Lupin's voice from the doorway. The professor smiled gently as he stepped into their compartment. "Mind if I join you? The staff compartment is rather tense at the moment." As Lupin settled in, Ginny shifted slightly away, watching him with cautious eyes. Harry had noticed she'd been quiet since boarding, her gaze occasionally flickering to him with a mixture of sympathy and uncertainty. According to Ron, she was still processing her own experiences with Dumbledore's manipulations after the chamber incident. "How are you feeling about returning, Harry?" Lupin asked quietly. Harry considered the question carefully. "Ready," he finally answered. "Whatever happens, it's better than hiding away." Lupin nodded approvingly. Confronting challenges directly is usually the best approach. Though I should warn you that the reception at Hogwarts may be mixed. Not everyone is convinced of Dumbledore's wrongdoing. "Like who?" Ron asked bluntly. "Some staff members remain loyal to him," Lupin admitted. "Professor Trelawney has been particularly vocal, claiming she foresaw your corruption by dark influences. And naturally, there are students whose families have long-standing ties to Dumbledore." "And what about you, Professor?" Hermione asked with characteristic directness. "You knew Dumbledore for years." A shadow passed across Lupin's face. "I thought I knew him. I trusted him when he told me Sirius was guilty without trial, trusted him when he said Harry was thriving with his relatives." His voice hardened slightly. "I won't make that mistake again." The conversation shifted to safer topics as the countryside rolled by outside the window. Harry found himself studying the subtle magical currents that flowed through the train, protection charms woven into the structure, expansion enchantments on the compartments, preservation spells on the food trolley as it passed. His new awareness was like discovering another sense, revealing a dimension of the world that had always existed but remained invisible until now. "You're doing it again," Hermione observed quietly while the others were distracted by Ron's enthusiastic explanation of the Chudley Cannon's prospects for the season. "Doing what?" Harry asked. "That thing with your eyes. They sort of glow when you're sensing magic." She leaned closer, scientific curiosity evident in her expression. "What do you see, exactly?" Harry struggled to articulate it. "Not see, exactly. More like, feel, but with my mind instead of my body. Different spells have different signatures. The train has layers of magic, some old, some newer. It's like reading a history of all the enchantments placed on it over time." "Fascinating," Hermione breathed. "That could be incredibly useful for understanding complex magic. I wonder if..." The train lurched suddenly, brakes screeching as it began an unexpected deceleration. The lamps flickered and dimmed. Outside the windows, the bright September day darkened as though dusk had fallen in seconds. "That's not right," Lupin said sharply, rising to his feet with wand already in hand. "We're nowhere near Hogsmeade." A cold unlike anything Harry had ever experienced began seeping through the compartment. Frost crystallized on the windows, their breath fogging in the rapidly chilling air. But worse than the cold was the feeling that accompanied it, a creeping dread, a sense that happiness was being drained from the world. "Dementors," Lupin whispered, face pale. "Stay here. All of you." Before he could reach the door, it slid open of its own accord. A towering, hooded figure floated on the threshold, its face hidden beneath its hood, its breath a rattling gasp that seemed to pull at something deep inside Harry's chest. As the creature drifted into their compartment, Harry felt his newfound magical senses overwhelmed by the creature's aura of despair and wrongness. The Dementor's magic was like an absence, a void that consumed rather than created, feeding on the life and joy around it. Screaming filled Harry's ears, a woman's voice, desperate and pleading. "Not Harry, please not Harry." His mother. Harry recognized her voice with absolute certainty, though he had no conscious memory of hearing it before. This was the night she died, the memory Dumbledore's potions had suppressed along with so much else. Unlike his previous encounters with traumatic memories, however, Harry remained conscious, his mind clear despite the horror unfolding in his recollection. He could feel his unbound magic responding to the threat, rising to protect him from the Dementor's influence. "Expecto Patronum!" Lupin shouted, raising his wand. A silvery shape burst forth, driving the Dementor back into the corridor. But Harry was already moving, acting on instinct rather than training. He raised his Rowan wand, the Thunderbird crystal at its base glowing with internal light. The memory of his mother's sacrifice should have weakened him, should have been a weapon the Dementor could use against him. Instead, Harry seized it, embraced it, allowed it to fuel something within him that Dumbledore had never anticipated. Expecto Patronum, he roared, channeling not just happiness but the pure, protective love his mother had shown in her final moments. What erupted from his wand wasn't the misty shield he'd expected from a first attempt at this advanced spell. Instead, a massive silver stag burst forth, so bright it was almost blinding, its antlers lowered as it charged the Dementor. The creature recoiled with an unearthly shriek, fleeing before the Patronus's advance. Not satisfied with repelling the immediate threat, the stag continued down the corridor, driving away several more Dementors that had entered other cars. Through his connection to the spell, Harry could feel the creatures retreating, sense their confusion and fear at encountering such powerful opposition. Lupin stared at him in astonishment. That was, a fully corporeal Patronus. On your first attempt. And its prongs, Harry whispered, somehow knowing with bone-deep certainty that his Patronus had taken the form of his father's animagus shape. As the silver stag returned to the compartment, seeming to nod to Harry before dissolving into mist, the lights flickered back on and warmth began returning to the air. That was the most powerful Patronus I've ever witnessed, Lupin said quietly. Your father would have been incredibly proud. Harry sat heavily, suddenly exhausted. The magical exertion combined with the emotional impact of hearing his mother's final moments had drained him more than he'd realized. Eat this, Hermione insisted, pressing a chocolate bar into his hands. Professor Lupin said it helps after Dementor exposure. As Harry bit into the chocolate, feeling warmth spread through him, he became aware of the stunned expressions on his friends' faces. What? He asked, suddenly self-conscious. Mate, Ron said weakly, you just cast a spell that most adult wizards can't manage, drove off multiple Dementors single-handed, and you're asking what we're staring at? Oh. Harry hadn't considered how it would appear to others. For him, it had been pure instinct, his unbound magic responding naturally to the threat. It's not just that, Neville added, speaking up for the first time since the encounter. When you cast that spell, you changed. Changed how? Harry asked, alarmed. Your eyes were glowing, Ginny said softly. Really glowing, like green fire. And there was this sort of aura around you. Just for a moment, but it was incredible. Lupin was watching him carefully. Your magic is still stabilizing, Harry. Under extreme stress or emotion, it manifests more visibly than usual. Nothing to worry about, he added, seeing Harry's concern. Though perhaps an opportunity to practice the control techniques Andromeda taught you. As the train resumed its journey and Lupin left to check on other students, Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the centering exercise he'd been practicing. He visualized his magic as a swirling current, gradually calming and clearing until it flowed smoothly through him rather than surging in chaotic waves. Better? He asked without opening his eyes. The glows faded, Hermione confirmed. Though there's still something different about you. Not bad different, she added hastily. Just more you, somehow. What were those things? Ginny asked, still pale but looking more like herself. And why were they on the train? Dementors, Harry answered, the knowledge suddenly clear in his mind though he couldn't recall learning it. They guard Azkaban prison. They must be searching for. He trailed off, remembering that most of the wizarding world didn't yet know about Sirius's innocence and official pardon. But Sirius Black has been cleared, Hermione said, following his train of thought. Why would they still be hunting him? Perhaps they're not, Lupin suggested, returning to the compartment with the trolley who was distributing chocolate to all the students. The Ministry may have deployed them for your protection, Harry, given Dumbledore's recent activities. The possibility that the creatures might have been sent to protect him rather than hunt Sirius was disturbing in its own way. What kind of protection involved exposing children to beings that fed on happiness and hope? As they neared Hogsmeade Station, Harry caught glimpses of more Dementors floating at the perimeter of the tracks. His magic reacted instinctively, rising like a shield around him and, he noticed with surprise, extending to encompass his friends as well. "I can feel that," Neville commented, looking at Harry with wonder. "Like a warm cloak. Are you doing it deliberately?" Harry shook his head. "It's automatic. My magic recognizing the threat and responding." "Bloody useful automatic response," Ron observed. "Think you could teach it?" "Language, Ron," Hermione admonished automatically, though her attention was focused on the magical phenomenon she could apparently feel but not see. "Harry, this is incredibly sophisticated magic. Protective enchantments that identify threats and shield multiple people usually require complex ritual casting, not instinctive response." Harry wasn't sure how to respond. Everything about his magic felt different now, more natural, more intuitive, as if he'd been trying to write with his non-dominant hand his entire life and suddenly switched to the correct one. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry spotted Professor McGonagall waiting on the platform, her tall figure unmistakable even at a distance. She was scanning the windows intently, and when she located Harry, she moved purposefully toward his carriage. "Mr. Potter," she greeted as he stepped onto the platform. "A word, if you please. Your friends may proceed to the carriages." After reassuring Ron and Hermione that he'd meet them at the castle, Harry followed McGonagall to a quiet corner of the platform, away from the bustling students. "I understand there was an incident with Dementors on the train," she said without preamble, her Scottish brogue more pronounced with emotion. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Professor," Harry assured her. "Just a bit tired." McGonagall studied his face carefully. "Professor Lupin sent a Patronus message ahead. He mentioned your rather extraordinary response to the situation." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "I just reacted instinctively. A third-year student producing a fully corporeal Patronus powerful enough to repel multiple Dementors is not just anything, Mr. Potter," McGonagall observed, though her tone held approval rather than suspicion. "It speaks to both your natural ability and the extent to which that ability was previously suppressed." She glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard before continuing in a lower voice. "I wanted to speak with you privately before you entered the castle. The situation at Hogwarts is delicate. While most students and staff are simply curious about your transformation, there are those who view it with suspicion or even fear. Albus cultivated deep loyalty in certain quarters." "You mean some people think I'm lying about what he did," Harry surmised. "Or that his actions were justified," McGonagall confirmed grimly. "The narrative that your power might be dangerous or unstable has found fertile ground among those predisposed to trust Albus's judgment above all else." "Like Professor Trelawney?" Harry guessed, remembering Lupin's earlier comment. "Among others," McGonagall acknowledged. "I've instructed all staff to maintain professional neutrality on the matter, but personal feelings inevitably bleed through. You should be prepared for mixed reactions." Harry appreciated her directness. "Thank you for the warning, Professor." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "I also wanted to say, Harry, that your private quarters are prepared as discussed. The entrance is located behind the portrait of Godric Gryffindor on the third floor of the East Wing. The password is, Vera Essentia, True Essence, in Latin. I thought it fitting." With that, she led him to a waiting carriage, empty save for Professor Lupin, who greeted them with a tired smile. As Harry climbed in, he noticed the skeletal, winged horses harnessed to the carriage for the first time. "You can see them now," Lupin observed quietly as McGonagall took the seat opposite. "Thestrals. Only visible to those who have witnessed and comprehended death. I saw Quirrell die in first year," Harry pointed out, confused as to why he hadn't seen them before. "You saw it, but perhaps didn't fully process it until recently," Lupin suggested. "The memory suppression potions might have affected your understanding of that experience." As the carriage rolled toward Hogwarts, Harry experienced another first, sensing the ancient magical protections that surrounded the school grounds. Layer upon layer of enchantments, wards, and spells woven together over centuries created a tapestry of magic so complex and beautiful that it momentarily took his breath away. "You can feel the wards, can't you?" McGonagall asked, observing his expression. "Most wizards only sense them as a subtle shift when passing through. But for someone with your level of magical sensitivity, they're incredible," Harry breathed. Like a symphony of light and energy." McGonagall and Lupin exchanged significant glances. "Such sensitivity is exceedingly rare, even among powerful wizards," McGonagall commented. "Albus himself could perceive the wards as headmaster, but that was due to his connection to the castle, not innate ability." As they approached the castle proper, Harry felt something else, a sense of recognition from the castle itself, as if Hogwarts were somehow aware of him in a way it hadn't been before. The sensation intensified as they passed through the main gates, a feeling of welcome washing over him. "The castle recognizes you," McGonagall observed with evident surprise. "How fascinating. Hogwarts sometimes responds to students with particular magical affinities, but rarely so overtly." When they reached the entrance hall, McGonagall directed Harry to join his classmates in the Great Hall while she attended to the arriving first-years. As Harry entered the massive room with its enchanted ceiling and floating candles, a hush fell over the gathered students. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him, expressions ranging from curiosity to awe to outright suspicion. Head high, Harry reminded himself of Sirius's advice as he walked toward the Gryffindor table where Ron and Hermione had saved him a seat. The whispers followed him like a wave. "Merlin's beard, look at him, completely different. Father says Dumbledore was right to suppress, can feel his magic from here." Harry ignored the comments, focusing instead on the welcome from his housemates. The Gryffindor Quidditch team closed ranks around him immediately, with Oliver Wood declaring loudly that their seeker was better than ever, and the Weasley twins making exaggerated bows and calling him "Your increasingly magical majesty." Their light-hearted support helped dispel some of the tension, allowing Harry to relax slightly as the sorting ceremony began. He noted that several staff members were openly watching him rather than the first-years, Professors Flitwick and Sprout with friendly interest, Professor Trelawney with dramatic suspicion, her eyes magnified behind enormous glasses as she made warding gestures whenever he glanced her way. Professor Snape's reaction was perhaps the most surprising. The potions master was studying him with an expression Harry couldn't quite interpret, not his usual contempt, but something more complex, almost assessing. When their eyes met briefly across the hall, Snape gave an almost imperceptible nod before looking away. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered to Ron. "Snape just. I think he just acknowledged me." Without sneering. "Maybe he's ill," Ron suggested, helping himself to potatoes as the feast appeared on the tables after the sorting. "Actually," Hermione interjected in a low voice, "Professor Snape was interviewed by the DMLE about Dumbledore's actions. According to the prophet, he provided evidence confirming the potion's analysis." "Snape testified against Dumbledore?" Harry asked, shocked. "But he's always been Dumbledore's man." "People are complicated," Hermione replied with unusual wisdom. "Maybe he has his own reasons for turning against Dumbledore. Or maybe..." She hesitated. "Maybe he objected to what was being done to you specifically." Harry considered this puzzling development as he ate, finding himself unusually hungry, another lingering effect of his magical recalibration, according to Healer Blackwood. His appetite had increased significantly to fuel his accelerated growth and magical development. After the feast, McGonagall rose to make announcements in Dumbledore's absence. She welcomed the first-years, introduced Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts professor, and addressed the Dementor presence with clear disapproval. "The Ministry has stationed Dementors at all entrances to the grounds, ostensibly for protection during the current situation," she informed them, her tone conveying exactly what she thought of this decision. "They are not to be approached under any circumstances. Dementors do not distinguish between those they hunt and innocent bystanders." She paused, her gaze sweeping the hall. "Additionally, In light of recent events, I wish to make it absolutely clear that Hogwarts remains a place of learning for all magical children, regardless of their power level, blood status, or personal circumstances. Any student found harassing others based on matters currently under ministry investigation will face severe consequences. The warning was clear, if diplomatically worded. McGonagall was putting the student body on notice that targeting Harry over the Dumbledore situation would not be tolerated. As the feast concluded and students began filing out to their dormitories, McGonagall caught Harry's eye and gave a slight nod toward a side door, a reminder that he should proceed to his private quarters rather than Gryffindor Tower. "I'll see you both in the morning," Harry told Ron and Hermione. "I need to, check my new room." "We'll come with you," Hermione offered immediately. "Better not," Harry declined with genuine regret. "McGonagall probably wants me to get settled without an audience. First night and all that." After promising to meet them for breakfast, Harry slipped away from the crowd and made his way to the third floor of the East Wing. The portrait of Godric Gryffindor, depicted as a robust wizard with a magnificent lion at his side, regarded Harry with interest as he approached. "Password," the portrait requested. "Vera Essentia," Harry replied. Godric nodded approvingly. "Enter freely, young lion. May you find your true essence within these walls." The portrait swung forward to reveal not a mere room but a comfortable suite. A circular main room with a fireplace and comfortable seating flowed into a small study area with bookshelves and a desk by a window overlooking the lake. A door to the right led to a bedroom with a four-poster similar to those in Gryffindor Tower but larger, while a door to the left opened into a private bathroom. "Wicked," Harry murmured, exploring the space that would be his alone. He discovered that his trunk had already been delivered and unpacked, his clothes hanging in a wardrobe in the bedroom. On the desk in the study area sat a stack of books that hadn't been there when he entered, advanced texts on magical control, defensive spells, and wizard meditation techniques, with a note from Lupin suggesting an independent study schedule. As Harry settled into an armchair by the fire, the events of the day caught up with him. The train journey, the Dementor attack, the arrival at Hogwarts with its mixed reception, all of it washed over him in a wave of emotional and physical exhaustion. Yet beneath the fatigue, Harry felt something he'd rarely experienced before, a sense of alignment, of being exactly where he needed to be, doing exactly what he should be doing. For the first time, he was at Hogwarts as his true self, not as the malnourished, magically suppressed pawn Dumbledore had crafted. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them unbound. Harry's first week back at Hogwarts unfolded in a blur of contrasts, familiar routines made new by his changed circumstances, old relationships recalibrating to his transformed self, classes that were simultaneously easier and more challenging than before. His new magical sensitivity made practical spell work almost effortless. In charms, he mastered the freezing charm on his first attempt, earning an excited squeak from Professor Flitwick. In transfiguration, he transformed a teapot into a tortoise with such perfect anatomical detail that McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 20 points. Yet this same sensitivity created unexpected difficulties. In crowded areas like the Great Hall, the ambient magic of hundreds of students sometimes overwhelmed his senses, creating a disorienting buzz that made concentration difficult. During a particularly busy corridor change between classes, the magical noise peaked so intensely that Harry had to duck into an empty classroom to center himself using Andromeda's techniques. His friends adapted to these changes with varying degrees of success. Hermione approached his transformation with scholarly interest, peppering him with questions about his developing abilities and devouring books on magical theory to better understand what was happening. Ron maintained his steadfast loyalty while occasionally struggling with the ways Harry had changed, particularly when Harry's unbound magic made him the center of attention in classes Ron had once been happy to fade into the background. Other students reacted according to their prior relationships with Harry and their family's political alignments. Draco Malfoy oscillated between his usual sneering hostility and a new, calculating wariness, clearly unsure how to approach a Harry Potter whose magical power now visibly exceeded his own. The Hufflepuffs were generally supportive, with Susan Bones actively countering rumors about Harry's dangerous instability with information from her Aunt Amelia. The Ravenclaws observed him with analytical interest, while Slytherin House divided between those who viewed his unbound power with respect and those who echoed Dumbledore's warnings about its potential danger. Professor Lupin had begun their specialized training sessions immediately, focusing on helping Harry harness his enhanced abilities for practical defense. They met 3 evenings a week in an unused classroom Lupin had modified with privacy wards and cushioning charms. The key is precision, Lupin emphasized during their second session. Your natural power level means most spells will be effective even with minimal effort. What we need to develop is your ability to calibrate that effort appropriately for the situation. To demonstrate, he set up a row of identical target dummies at increasing distances. Strike each dummy with a stunning spell, Lupin instructed. But adjust your power output for each distance, just enough to incapacitate, no more. Harry took a breath, centering himself before raising his Rowan wand. Focusing on the nearest dummy, he cast with deliberate restraint, Stupefy. A jet of red light struck the target, knocking it backward with appropriate force. Encouraged, Harry adjusted his aim to the second dummy, maintaining the same restrained intent. Good, Lupin approved. Now the third, slightly more distance requires slightly more power. By the fifth and most distant dummy, Harry was finding his rhythm, instinctively calibrating his magical output to deliver precisely the needed effect without waste or overflow. Excellent progress, Lupin commented after Harry successfully completed the exercise. Your control is developing remarkably quickly. I suspect your magic is naturally seeking equilibrium after being artificially constrained for so long. It feels right, Harry admitted. Like my magic knows how it's supposed to work, and I'm just getting out of its way. Lupin nodded thoughtfully. Magic has its own intelligence of sorts. The most skilled wizards don't force their will on it so much as form a partnership with it. He paused, considering his next words carefully. Your father had a similar approach, particularly with his animagus transformation. He described it as remembering how to be a stag rather than learning to become one. These casual insights into his father's magical approach were precious to Harry. Each one helped him construct a more complete picture of the man whose genetics and magical heritage he carried. Speaking of animagus transformations, Lupin continued with studied casualness. Sirius mentioned you might have inherited your father's aptitude in that area. It's something we might explore later in the year, once your magic has fully stabilized. The possibility of following in his father's footsteps and becoming an animagus was both thrilling and intimidating. What form would he take? The stag like his father and his Patronus? Or something else that reflected his unique magical signature? Outside of his training with Lupin, Harry found his classes divided between those that challenged him appropriately and those that now seemed almost remedial. Potions, interestingly, fell into the former category. While his enhanced magical sensitivity allowed him to perceive the interactive properties of ingredients in ways he hadn't before, brewing still required precision, patience, and technical skill. More surprising was Snape's changed behavior toward him. The potions master maintained his generally stern demeanor but had ceased his previous campaign of targeted harassment. During their first potions class of the year, Snape had even grudgingly acknowledged the improved quality of Harry's shrinking solution with a curt nod rather than searching for flaws. After class, as Harry packed his supplies, Snape had approached his workstation while the other students filed out. "A moment, Potter," he said, his voice as silky as ever but lacking its usual venom. Harry tensed reflexively, years of conditioning not easily overcome. "Yes, Professor." Snape regarded him with that same assessing look Harry had noticed at the welcoming feast. "Your improved performance is noted. It appears that when not magically handicapped, you have at least some rudimentary aptitude for the subject." Coming from Snape, this qualified as effusive praise. Harry blinked in surprise. "Thank you, sir." "Your mother was exceptionally gifted in potions," Snape continued, his tone shifting almost imperceptibly. "She had an intuitive understanding of ingredient interactions that few possess. It appears you may have inherited something of that talent, now that your magic is unrestricted." Before Harry could process the unexpected reference to his mother, Snape handed him a slim volume entitled Elemental Properties in Potion Crafting. Supplementary reading. If you are to develop whatever potential you possess, you will need more than the standard curriculum. With that cryptic remark, Snape swept away, leaving Harry staring after him in confusion. It was the closest thing to a positive interaction they'd ever shared. Did Snape just give you extra reading? Voluntarily? Ron asked incredulously when Harry recounted the incident later. And he mentioned your mother, Hermione added thoughtfully. That's significant, don't you think? Harry nodded slowly. He's never done that before. Never even acknowledged I had parents, except to insult my father. Maybe he knew your mum, Ron suggested. They'd have been at Hogwarts around the same time, right? The possibility that Snape might have known his mother personally, might even have information about her that no one else had shared, was both tantalizing and unsettling. Could that connection explain the potion master's dramatic change in behavior? And if so, why had he spent 2 years tormenting Lily Evans' son? Another unexpected development came during Harry's first divination class. Professor Trelawney, who had been making dramatic proclamations about dark auras and corrupted energies whenever Harry was mentioned, fell silent mid-prediction when he entered her classroom. Her enormously magnified eyes widened further as she stared at him, not with her usual affected mysticism but with what appeared to be genuine shock. The paths have changed, she murmured, seemingly speaking more to herself than the class. The threads, rewoven, the cup emptied and refilled with different waters. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, already Trelawney's devoted disciples, gasped appreciatively at what they clearly interpreted as profound mystical insight. The rest of the class exchanged skeptical glances. You, Trelawney said, pointing a trembling finger at Harry. You were meant to walk a particular path. I saw it clearly. But now you stand at a crossroads that was never supposed to exist. For once, Harry sensed no performance in her words. Whatever Trelawney believed she had seen about his future had genuinely changed in ways that disturbed her. Perhaps, Harry suggested carefully, the original path wasn't mine to begin with. Maybe it was laid out for me by someone else. Trelawney blinked rapidly behind her enormous glasses. The inner eye does not concern itself with who charts the path, only with where it leads. But if someone deliberately obscured my true path, Harry pressed, feeling his way through this strange conversation, wouldn't that interfere with what you could see? A charged silence fell over the classroom. Even Ron, who had been prepared to dismiss the entire exchange as Trelawney's usual nonsense, looked intrigued. The fog lifts, Trelawney whispered after a long moment. I see what was hidden. 2 paths, not one. The path that was constructed, and the path that is born of your true nature. Her voice strengthened, becoming less dreamy and more certain. The constructed path led to sacrifice. The true path leads to transformation. With that cryptic pronouncement, she seemed to shake herself and return to her usual affected manner, instructing them to open their textbooks to the chapter on tea leaf reading. But Harry noticed that she avoided looking directly at him for the remainder of the class, as if whatever she had glimpsed in his true path unsettled her deeply. Do you think she really saw something? Hermione asked skeptically as they descended from the North Tower afterward. Or was it just her usual performance? Bit of both, maybe, Ron suggested. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Harry wasn't sure what to think. Trelawney's reputation for fraudulent predictions was well established, yet there had been a ring of genuine emotion in her words that gave him pause. Professor Lupin mentioned that prophecies and divination were part of what motivated Dumbledore's actions toward me, he said quietly. Maybe there's more to it than we know. The most challenging aspect of returning to Hogwarts wasn't classes or staff reactions, however, but navigating the complex social dynamics of being Harry Potter 2.0, as the Weasley twins had dubbed him. His physical changes alone would have drawn attention. He'd grown several inches in a matter of weeks, his frame filling out from skinny to athletic, his features sharpening to more closely resemble the photos he'd seen of his father. But the magical changes were what truly set him apart. Even students with minimal sensitivity could perceive something different about him, an aura of contained power that manifested in subtle ways, the slight glow that sometimes entered his eyes when he cast spells, the way ambient magic seemed to respond to his presence, the ease with which he now performed feats that once required intense concentration. "You're not imagining it," Neville confirmed when Harry asked if people were staring more than usual. "There's something about you now that draws attention. Not in a bad way," he hastened to add, "just noticeable. Like standing next to a lightning rod during a storm, you can feel the potential energy." Ginny, gradually emerging from her shell after her ordeal the previous year, had developed an interesting perspective on Harry's transformation. "It's like you were a painting that someone had deliberately muted the colors on," she explained during a study session in the library. "And now the true colors are showing through. You're more vivid somehow." These changes inevitably affected Harry's relationships. Some distanced themselves, uncomfortable with his heightened power or influenced by family connections to Dumbledore. Others drew closer, either out of genuine friendship or attracted to the power he now visibly wielded. A surprising ally emerged in Luna Lovegood, a second-year Ravenclaw with a dreamy demeanor and unusual perspectives. She approached Harry one afternoon as he was practicing control exercises by the lake. "Your Raxpert infestation is completely gone," she announced without preamble, studying him with protuberant silvery eyes. "They're attracted to confused thinking, you know. You had hundreds buzzing around your head last year." Harry, initially startled by the non sequitur, found himself strangely appreciative of Luna's unique viewpoint. "And now? Oh, they can't get near you anymore," she said matter-of-factly. "Your magic creates a natural barrier. Very effective. I should study it for the Quibbler." Despite her odd comments, Luna's acceptance of his changed state without judgment or expectation was refreshingly simple compared to the complex reactions of others. She became a quiet but constant presence in his expanding circle, offering observations that were equal parts bizarre and insightful. By Friday evening, Harry was mentally exhausted from navigating the social and academic complexities of his first week back. Retreating to his private quarters, he was surprised to find a letter waiting on his desk, delivered by house elf rather than owl. The handwriting on the envelope was unfamiliar, elegant, precise script that spoke of formal education and attention to detail. Breaking the plain wax seal, Harry unfolded a single sheet of parchment. "Mr. Potter, recent events have brought to light certain facts that necessitate a re-evaluation of our previous interactions. While I maintain that classroom discipline and academic standards must be upheld regardless of personal circumstances, I acknowledge that my assessment of your capabilities and character may have been influenced by incomplete information. Your mother, Lily Evans, was not merely gifted in potions but possessed a rare intuitive understanding of magical theory that transcended conventional education. We were acquainted prior to Hogwarts and maintained a scholarly relationship during our early years here. If you wish to discuss her academic achievements and magical innovations, particularly in the fields of potions and charms where she excelled, I am available Monday evenings after dinner in my office. This is not a detention or tutorial, merely an opportunity to provide information about your maternal heritage that may prove relevant to your developing abilities. Snape Potions Master." Harry read the letter twice, uncertain whether to be suspicious or grateful. Snape, voluntarily offering information about his mother. The same Snape who had spent 2 years belittling and antagonizing him at every opportunity. It seemed too dramatic a change to be genuine. Yet the formal tone of the letter suggested discomfort rather than deception, as if Snape were forcing himself to extend this olive branch against his natural inclinations. And the specificity of the offer, focused on Lily's academic and magical achievements rather than personal reminiscences, rang true to the potion master's character. Harry's contemplation was interrupted by a gentle knock at his portrait entrance. Opening it, he found Professor Lupin waiting with a covered cage. "Evening, Harry," Lupin greeted him. "I hope I'm not intruding, but I've brought something that might interest you." Curious, Harry invited him in. Lupin set the cage on a table and removed the cover to reveal a Grindylow, a sickly green water demon with sharp horns and spindly fingers. Our lesson topic for next week, Lupin explained. I thought you might appreciate a preview, given your advanced studies. Harry examined the creature with interest, noting how his magical sensitivity allowed him to perceive the Grindylows' natural magical defenses, a subtle repelling charm that would make Muggles instinctively avoid its habitat. Fascinating, he murmured. I can feel its magic. I thought you might, Lupin said with satisfaction. Your sensitivity to magical signatures is developing remarkably. It's a rare gift, one that could prove extremely valuable in defense against the dark arts. As they discussed the Grindylows' magical properties and effective countermeasures, Harry found himself relaxing in Lupin's company. The professor had a natural teaching ability that made complex concepts accessible without oversimplification. Professor, Harry said when they'd exhausted the topic of water demons, can I ask you something about my parents? Lupin's expression softened. Of course, Harry. Anything. Did my mother have unusual magical abilities? Beyond being generally talented, I mean. A flicker of surprise crossed Lupin's face. What an interesting question. Yes, Lily had several magical affinities that set her apart. Her charm work had a distinctive quality, spells would hold longer, work more thoroughly when she cast them. She also had an unusual talent for sensing magical intentions. She could often tell when a spell or potion was designed with harmful purpose, even if it appeared benign. Harry's breath caught. That sounds similar to what I've been experiencing. I've wondered about that, Lupin acknowledged. The magical sensitivity you're developing bears a striking resemblance to Lily's talents. Your father was magically gifted as well, of course, particularly in transfiguration and battle magic, but the perceptive aspects of your abilities seem to follow your mother's line. Professor Snape offered to tell me about her magical abilities, Harry said, watching Lupin carefully for his reaction. He said they knew each other before Hogwarts. Lupin's expression became guarded. Did he indeed? That's unexpected. Did they know each other, I mean? Lupin sighed. Yes, they did. They were friends for several years, quite close, in fact, until their 5th year when they had a falling out. It's not really my place to discuss the details. But you think I should hear what Snape has to say? Harry pressed. I think, Lupin replied carefully, that any opportunity to learn about your mother's magical heritage is valuable, particularly given how your own abilities are developing. Just, maintain a healthy skepticism. Severus's perspective will inevitably be colored by his own experiences and biases. After Lupin departed, Harry pondered this new information. Snape and his mother had been friends. Close friends, even. It explains so much, Snape's complex hostility toward him, the occasional unguarded moments when the potion's master seemed to be seeing someone else when he looked at Harry, and now his abrupt change in behavior following the revelations about Dumbledore's manipulations. Harry decided he would accept Snape's invitation. Whatever personal history lay between the potion's master and his parents, any insight into his mother's magical abilities might help him understand his own developing talents. The following Monday evening found Harry approaching the dungeons with mixed emotions, curiosity about what he might learn, wariness about Snape's motives, and lingering resentment over 2 years of mistreatment that couldn't simply be erased by one cordial letter. He knocked on the potion's master's office door precisely at 8 o'clock. Enter, came Snape's familiar voice. The office was exactly as Harry remembered it, shadowy and lined with shelves of preserved specimens floating in colored potions. Snape sat behind his desk, a stack of essays before him and a cup of what smelled like strong black tea at his elbow. Mr. Potter, he acknowledged, setting aside his quill. Punctual. Take a seat. Harry sat in the straight-backed wooden chair across from Snape, noting that the professor appeared almost as uncomfortable with this situation as he was. I appreciate your invitation, Professor, Harry began formally. I haven't had many opportunities to learn about my mother's magical abilities. Snape's expression remained inscrutable. A significant oversight in your education. Hereditary magical affinities often manifest more strongly than general aptitude. Understanding your mother's talents may provide context for your own developing abilities. He rose and retrieved a slim, leather-bound journal from a locked cabinet behind his desk. Your mother's experimental potions notebook from our 6th year. She documented her research methodically, a habit I encouraged. Harry accepted the journal with reverence, opening it carefully to reveal pages filled with his mother's neat handwriting, formulas, observations, theoretical modifications to standard potions. The sight of it created a lump in his throat. This was something she had touched, written in, poured her intelligence and creativity into. She was investigating the interaction between charm-embedded ingredients and standard potion bases, Snape explained, his tone shifting subtly as he discussed the academic work. A relatively unexplored field even now. Her theory was that by charming ingredients before adding them to a potion, one could create effects that transcended the usual limitations of either discipline alone. Did it work? Harry asked, fascinated both by the content and by this glimpse of his mother as a serious magical researcher. Often spectacularly, Snape confirmed. Sometimes catastrophically. Your mother was not deterred by occasional cauldron explosions. Her persistence was admirable. For the next hour, Snape outlined Lily Evans' contributions to experimental potioneering, describing her methodical approach, innovative thinking, and particular talent for identifying magical resonances between seemingly unrelated components. He spoke with clinical precision but undeniable respect, occasionally referencing specific pages in her journal where particularly noteworthy breakthroughs were documented. This improved calming draft, Harry noted, indicating a formula modification his mother had developed, it seems like it would be more effective than the standard version. It is, Snape confirmed. I incorporated her modification into my personal brewing years ago, though it remains unpublished. Why unpublished? Harry asked. If it's superior, because, Snape cut him off, the magical world is often resistant to innovation, particularly from Muggle-born witches, regardless of their brilliance. The bitterness in his tone was unmistakable. For the first time, Harry glimpsed something of the relationship that might have existed between Snape and his mother, a shared intellectual passion, a mutual understanding of magical theory that transcended blood status prejudices. You admired her, Harry observed quietly. Snape's expression closed off immediately. Your mother was an exceptional witch whose contributions to magical theory deserved greater recognition than they received. My personal sentiments are irrelevant to this discussion. Yet those sentiments colored everything about this interaction, Harry realized. Snape hadn't invited him here purely for academic reasons, whatever pretense he maintained. Professor, Harry said carefully, I appreciate you sharing this with me. But I have to ask, why now? You've never mentioned knowing my mother before, let alone being friends with her. Snape regarded him silently for a long moment, as if weighing how much to reveal. Recent events have clarified certain matters, he finally said. The extent of Dumbledore's manipulations extended beyond you, Mr. Potter. He manipulated you too? Harry asked, surprised. In ways you cannot yet comprehend, Snape replied cryptically. Suffice it to say that your mother extracted a promise from me before her death, a promise I believed I was fulfilling by supporting Dumbledore's protection of you. Learning that this protection involved deliberately suppressing your magical development, altered my perspective. Harry processed this revelation slowly. So all this time, you were, what? Protecting me? Because you promised my mother. While simultaneously honoring other commitments that required maintaining specific appearances, Snape confirmed obliquely. A precarious balance that occasionally faltered. You mean you were cruel to me because of other commitments, Harry clarified, unwilling to let this point slide. You bullied me for 2 years because of some promise that conflicted with protecting me. Snape's jaw tightened. I do not expect forgiveness, Mr. Potter, nor am I offering excuses for past behavior. I am merely explaining that circumstances were more complex than they appeared. They usually are, Harry acknowledged, finding his anger tempered by the realization that Snape, like himself, had been caught in Dumbledore's web of manipulation. But knowing my mother valued your friendship enough to extract promises from you, that matters to me." Something flickered in Snape's black eyes, surprise, perhaps, at Harry's measured response. "Your magical sensitivity," he said, changing the subject abruptly. "It manifests similarly to your mother's talent. She could perceive the magical properties of potion ingredients by touch, a rare ability that made her exceptionally skilled at improvisation." "I can feel the magic in spells and enchantments," Harry confirmed. "And in magical creatures too." "As could she," Snape nodded. "It developed during our 4th year, becoming more pronounced after certain events in our 5th year. I theorized that emotional catalysts might trigger latent magical affinities." "Like trauma," Harry suggested, thinking of his own unshackled abilities emerging after the shock of learning about Dumbledore's betrayal. "Indeed." Snape studied him with that assessing gaze again. "Your current abilities likely represent your natural magical inheritance, no longer suppressed. Your mother's sensitivity, your father's raw power. A formidable combination." The grudging admission seemed to cost Snape considerable effort. Harry realized that the potion's master was forcing himself to see Harry as himself, not just James Potter's son, not just Lily Evans' child, but a unique individual with elements of both. As their unusual meeting concluded, Snape allowed Harry to borrow his mother's journal for further study. "It contains insights that may prove relevant to your developing abilities," he explained. "Particularly regarding the control of sensitive magic." At the door, Harry paused. "Professor, can I ask one more question?" Snape inclined his head slightly. "Do you know why Dumbledore suppressed my magic? The real reason, not what he's claiming now." Something dark passed across Snape's features. "I have theories, but no certainties. The headmaster kept many secrets, even from those who believed they had his confidence." "But you suspect something," Harry pressed. After a moment of internal debate, Snape replied, "I believe Albus Dumbledore fears power he cannot control, particularly in those whose moral choices he cannot predict. Your potential, Mr. Potter, combined with your status as a prophesied opposing force to the Dark Lord, may have represented an unacceptable variable in whatever grand strategy he has been orchestrating." It was the most direct and honest assessment Harry had heard yet of Dumbledore's possible motives. Not protection, not concern for stability, but fear of an independent power that might disrupt carefully laid plans. "Thank you for your honesty, Professor," Harry said quietly. Snape's response was unexpected. "Your mother valued honesty above most virtues. Even when the truth was painful." With that cryptic statement, their meeting ended, leaving Harry with much to contemplate as he returned to his quarters. The pattern of Harry's days established itself into a new rhythm: regular classes with their varying challenges, specialized training sessions with Lupin, private study of his mother's journal and the materials Sirius sent regularly from the Black and Potter libraries, and ongoing adjustment to his evolving magical abilities. His friendship with Ron and Hermione remained the cornerstone of his social life, though it continued to evolve in response to his transformation. Ron had worked through his initial discomfort with Harry's heightened abilities, finding his footing as the strategic thinker of their trio, the one who could see patterns and practical applications that Harry's raw power and Hermione's theoretical knowledge might miss. Hermione, meanwhile, had thrown herself into researching magical sensitivity, determined to help Harry understand and develop this ability. She'd become particularly interested in his mother's charm-embedded potion research, seeing connections to her own interest in the intersection between different magical disciplines. "It's revolutionary, Harry," she enthused after reading Lily's journal. "The magical theory behind it challenges the arbitrary divisions between magical disciplines that have been established for centuries. Your mother was thinking beyond the traditional boundaries." "Bit like you, then," Ron observed with unexpected perception. "Always questioning why things are done the way they are." Hermione blushed at the comparison to Lily Evans, clearly flattered. "I just think magical education would benefit from a more integrated approach. The separation between charms, transfiguration, potions, it's somewhat artificial when you examine the underlying magical principles." Harry appreciated her passion, but found himself drawn more to the practical applications of his developing abilities than their theoretical underpinnings. Under Lupin's guidance, he was learning to use his magical sensitivity tactically, detecting hidden enchantments, identifying the specific type of magic being used against him, even sensing the approach of spells before they struck. "Your reaction time is exceptional," Lupin commented during a particularly challenging defense exercise. "Most wizards rely entirely on visual cues in dueling. Your ability to sense magical buildups gives you a significant advantage." These specialized training sessions had expanded to include additional participants as the weeks progressed. Hermione and Ron joined regularly, with Neville, Ginny, and occasionally Luna rounding out the group. Lupin had designated it an advanced defense study group to avoid drawing undue attention, but the focus remained primarily on helping Harry develop control while allowing his friends to benefit from the advanced instruction. October brought the announcement of the first Hogsmeade weekend, creating a minor dilemma for Harry. His guardianship agreement with Sirius included permission to visit the Wizarding Village, but security concerns remained significant with Dumbledore still at large. "I've discussed it with Amelia Bones," Sirius told him during their weekly mirror call. "She's arranged for plainclothes Aurors to be stationed throughout Hogsmeade during student visits. You'll have protection without feeling like you're under guard." "Do you think Dumbledore would actually try something in Hogsmeade?" Harry asked, uncertain whether to be concerned or skeptical. Sirius's expression was grave. "I think Albus Dumbledore is becoming increasingly desperate as his narrative falls apart. The Prophet published another expose yesterday, interviews with former students who reported memory modifications similar to what you experienced. The Wizengamot investigation is uncovering financial irregularities. His reputation is crumbling, and a cornered wizard of his power is unpredictable." Despite these concerns, Harry was determined to experience Hogsmeade with his friends. The morning of the visit dawned crisp and clear, perfect autumn weather for exploring the Wizarding Village. Harry joined Ron and Hermione in the entrance hall, where Filch was checking permission slips with his usual suspicious glower. "Potter," he acknowledged gruffly when Harry presented his form, signed by Sirius with a flourish. "Special instructions about you. Supposed to check in with Auror Shacklebolt at the Three Broomsticks by noon." Harry nodded, having expected some form of security protocol. The walk to Hogsmeade was pleasant, the path lined with trees displaying vibrant autumn foliage. Harry found himself relaxing as they left the castle grounds, enjoying the simple pleasure of exploring a new place with friends. Hogsmeade charmed him immediately with its picturesque cottages and shops. They visited Honeydukes first, where Harry's enhanced magical sensitivity allowed him to perceive the complex enchantments that gave the sweets their spectacular effects, fizzing whiz-bees that actually levitated the consumer, chocolate frogs animated by tiny mobility charms, Bertie Bott's beans with flavor profiles maintained by intricate preservation spells. "It's all just visible to you now?" Ron asked, fascinated, as Harry described the magical signatures he could detect. "Not visible exactly," Harry tried to explain. "More like, I can feel the purpose and structure of the magic. The levitation charm on the fizzing whiz-bees has a distinctive upward pull, while the animation charm on the chocolate frogs has a rhythmic pulse to it." From Honeydukes they proceeded to Zonko's joke shop, where the cacophony of magical pranks and tricks created such a riot of magical signatures that Harry had to step outside briefly to recenter himself. "Sorry," he apologized, rejoining his friends after a moment. "Too many competing magical patterns in a small space. I'm still learning to filter." By noon, they had explored most of the main street and headed to the Three Broomsticks to meet Kingsley as instructed. The pub was crowded with Hogwarts students and locals, its warm interior a welcome contrast to the increasingly chilly air outside. Kingsley was seated in a corner booth, his imposing presence somewhat muted in casual robes but still unmistakable. He greeted Harry with a subtle nod as they approached. "Right on time," he approved. "Security protocols are satisfied. I'll check in with you again before you return to the castle." After ordering butterbeers, the three friends relaxed into easy conversation, discussing their impressions of the village and plans for the remainder of the day. Harry was enjoying the normalcy of it all, just 3 teenagers exploring Hogsmeade, temporarily free from the complications that awaited back at the castle. That sense of normalcy shattered when the pub's door opened and a hush fell over the crowded room. Harry felt it before he saw it, a powerful magical presence entering the space, a distinctive signature he recognized instantly despite having experienced it unbound only once before. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway of the 3 broomsticks, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. His long white beard was neatly trimmed, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, his blue eyes twinkling with their familiar benevolence. He looked every inch the beloved, grandfatherly headmaster, not the manipulative wizard who had suppressed Harry's magic and rewritten his friend's memories. The pub's patrons seemed frozen in shock. Dumbledore, after all, was technically a fugitive, wanted for questioning by the DMLE. Yet here he was, calmly entering a public establishment as if he had nothing to fear. Harry felt Kingsley tense across the room, saw the Auror's hand move subtly toward his wand. But before any confrontation could occur, Dumbledore spoke, his voice carrying easily through the silent pub. "Please, do not be alarmed. I have no intention of creating a disturbance." His gaze found Harry unerringly. "I merely wish to speak with Harry. A conversation long overdue." Harry's friends moved protectively closer to him. "You shouldn't be here," Hermione said, her voice shaking slightly but determined. "There's a warrant for your arrest." "Indeed there is, Miss Granger," Dumbledore acknowledged pleasantly. "A regrettable misunderstanding that will be resolved in due course. But some matters cannot wait for the glacial pace of bureaucratic justice." He focused again on Harry. "May we speak privately? I give my word no harm will come to you." Harry felt a strange calm settle over him. This confrontation had been inevitable from the moment he collapsed on platform 9 3/4. Whatever game Dumbledore was playing, whatever justifications he intended to offer, Harry needed to hear them directly. "Here is fine," Harry replied evenly, remaining seated. "Anything you want to say to me can be said in front of my friends. And apparently half the village," he added, gesturing to the riveted onlookers. Something like disappointment flickered across Dumbledore's face, quickly replaced by his usual serene expression. "As you wish." He approached their table, conjuring a comfortable armchair with a casual flick of his wand and settling into it as if joining a friendly tea-time chat rather than confronting the student whose life he had manipulated. "You look well, Harry," he observed, studying him with apparent approval. "The removal of the suppression potions has clearly allowed your natural development to accelerate." "Precisely as I anticipated." The casual admission stunned the listening crowd. Dumbledore had just openly acknowledged the suppression potions, confirming the allegations against him in a room full of witnesses. "As you anticipated?" Harry repeated incredulously. "You're admitting you deliberately suppressed my magic." "I regulated your magical development," Dumbledore corrected gently. "A necessary precaution given the unique circumstances of your survival of the killing curse. The abrupt termination of that regulation has fortunately not resulted in the instabilities I feared, though I note some interesting manifestations of power that bear watching." His tone was that of a concerned mentor discussing a promising student's progress, not a man confessing to years of magical suppression of a child. The cognitive dissonance was stunning. "Why?" Harry demanded, cutting through the carefully constructed narrative. "Why did you decide my magic needed regulating? Why keep me ignorant of my heritage? Why modify my friends' memories when they noticed something wrong?" Dumbledore sighed, the sound weighted with the burden of difficult choices. "I had hoped to have this conversation when you were older, when you could understand the complexities involved. But circumstances have forced my hand." He leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes fixed on Harry's with hypnotic intensity. "The night your parents died and Voldemort's curse rebounded, something unprecedented occurred. A connection was formed between you and Voldemort, a connection that transferred certain aspects of his power to you." Whispers erupted around the pub at this revelation. Harry ignored them, focused entirely on Dumbledore's words and, more importantly, on the magical signature behind them. His sensitivity allowed him to perceive the careful construction of Dumbledore's explanation, truth interwoven with selective omissions and subtle misdirection. The Parseltongue ability, Harry stated, not asked. That came from him. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Most perceptive. Yes, your ability to speak with serpents was one manifestation of this transfer. But there were others, more concerning aspects that required careful management. Your magical core absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's power that night. Left unregulated, it might have corrupted your own magic, perhaps even your personality. It was a convincing narrative, Dumbledore as the wise protector, making difficult choices to shield Harry from corruption by Voldemort's transferred power. But Harry's enhanced perception detected the carefully constructed nature of the explanation. That doesn't explain the memory modifications, Harry pointed out. Or keeping me ignorant of my family heritage. Or placing me with abusive relatives instead of my rightful guardian. All connected decisions, Harry, Dumbledore replied smoothly. Your placement with the Dursleys established blood protection through your mother's sacrifice, protection that remains effective to this day. The suppression potions were calibrated to contain Voldemort's influence while allowing your natural magic to develop at a controlled pace. And the memory modifications. He hesitated fractionally, were a regrettable necessity to maintain the protective environment I had established. Kingsley had moved closer during this exchange, his wand now visibly in hand though not yet pointed at Dumbledore. Other patrons had discreetly cleared the immediate area, creating a bubble of space around their confrontation. And the compulsion charms? Harry pressed, his voice hardening. The potions to make me more compliant and suggestible. Were those protecting me from Voldemort too? For the first time, Dumbledore appeared genuinely uncomfortable. An unfortunate addition to the regimen. As you grew older, your natural resilience and strength of will began to resist the suppression. Additional measures became necessary to ensure the protective protocols remained effective. You mean I started breaking free of your control, Harry translated flatly. So you drugged me into compliance. The blunt statement hung in the air, impossible to reframe with gentle euphemisms. Several gasps sounded from the watching crowd. Madame Rosmerta, behind the bar, looked horrified. You cannot understand the burden of the choices I have made, Dumbledore said quietly. The prophecy marked you for a confrontation with Voldemort that could not be avoided. Every decision I made was in service to preparing you for that moment, ensuring you would survive to face him when the time came. By keeping me weak? Harry challenged. By making me dependent on you? How exactly does that prepare me to face the most dangerous dark wizard in a century? Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly, still grandfatherly, still benevolent, but with an underlying steel that hadn't been visible before. There are aspects of your connection to Voldemort that you do not yet comprehend, Harry. Aspects that made a controlled approach to your development not merely advisable but essential. He leaned forward, lowering his voice though in the hushed pub his words remained audible to those nearby. The prophecy states that neither can live while the other survives. Have you considered what that truly means? What price victory might demand? A chill ran down Harry's spine as he processed the implication. You think I have to die to defeat him, he realized aloud. That's why you were controlling my development. You were preparing me to be a sacrifice. The truth of it resonated through his magical sensitivity. This was the core of Dumbledore's plan, the justification for every manipulation. Harry Potter, raised, controlled, and ultimately prepared for a necessary death. Not merely a sacrifice, Dumbledore corrected softly. A savior. One whose choices, made freely at the critical moment, could save countless lives. Freely. Harry repeated incredulously. After years of potions designed to make me compliant to your will. After a lifetime of being kept ignorant and dependent. What part of that would make my choice free? For the first time, Dumbledore appeared genuinely taken aback, as if this perspective had never occurred to him. The reaction confirmed what Harry had begun to suspect, that Dumbledore genuinely believed his manipulations were justified, even necessary. My methods may be questioned, Dumbledore acknowledged after a moment, but my intent remains pure. Voldemort will return, Harry. When he does, the connection between you will become central to his defeat. I have spent years studying this unique magical circumstance, developing strategies that offer the best hope of ultimate victory with the least sacrifice. Your least sacrifice, Harry corrected. Not mine. The atmosphere in the pub had grown increasingly tense. Kingsley now stood directly behind Dumbledore's conjured chair, his wand lowered but ready. Several other patrons had subtly revealed wands as well, though whether to support Dumbledore or Harry remained unclear. This public venue is perhaps not ideal for discussing matters of such complexity, Dumbledore observed, glancing around at their audience. I had hoped to speak with you privately, to explain fully what is at stake. There are memories I could share, insights gained through years of research into Voldemort's nature and the prophecy's meaning. Would you consider— No, Harry interrupted firmly. No more private conversations. No more secrets kept for my own good. If you have information about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about my connection to him, share it with the DMLE, with people I trust. I'm done accepting your unilateral decisions about my life. Disappointment clouded Dumbledore's features. I fear you do not appreciate the delicacy of these matters, Harry. Some knowledge is too dangerous to be widely shared. Then it's too dangerous to be concentrated in one person's hands, Harry countered. Especially someone who's demonstrated they'll manipulate others to maintain control. A tense silence followed this exchange. Dumbledore studied Harry with a new intensity, as if seeing him clearly for the first time, not as the malleable tool he had crafted, but as an independent agent making choices outside his carefully constructed plan. You have changed more than I anticipated, Dumbledore finally said. Not merely in magical strength, but in perspective. I wonder. He paused, seeming to reconsider his words. I wonder if perhaps my approach was flawed from the beginning. If in seeking to protect you from external manipulation, I inadvertently became the very thing I feared. The admission, however qualified, created a ripple of surprise through the watching crowd. Albus Dumbledore, acknowledging a mistake. It seemed unprecedented. Harry felt the sincerity in the statement, but also its calculated nature. Dumbledore was adapting his strategy in real time, recognizing that his previous approach had failed and seeking a new angle of influence. I think this conversation is over, Harry said quietly but firmly. You're wanted by the DMLE for questioning. I suggest you cooperate with them if you genuinely want to help prepare for Voldemort's return. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully for a long moment. You truly believe I acted wrongly? I know you did, Harry replied without hesitation. Whatever your intentions. The former headmaster nodded slowly, as if accepting an unpleasant reality. Then I shall take my leave, though this conversation remains unfinished. There is much you still need to know, Harry. When you are ready to hear it, I will be available. He rose from his conjured chair, which vanished as he stepped away from it. Kingsley moved forward, his wand now raised. Albus Dumbledore, by authority of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you are required to surrender your wand and accompany me for questioning regarding multiple charges of magical assault on a minor. Dumbledore regarded Kingsley with something like regret. Ah, Kingsley. Always dedicated to duty. I admire your commitment, though I cannot comply with your request at this time. There are preparations that must be completed, contingencies to be arranged before I can submit to the Ministry's processes. Before anyone could react, Fawkes appeared in a burst of flame above Dumbledore's head. The phoenix trilled a haunting note that resonated through the pub, creating a momentary disorientation among the watchers. In that instant of confusion, Dumbledore grasped Fawkes' tail feathers, and both wizard and phoenix vanished in another flash of fire. The pub erupted into chaos as patrons processed what they had witnessed. Kingsley immediately began coordinating with other Aurors via Patronus messages, while Madame Rosmerta hurried over to Harry's table. Are you all right, dear? She asked, genuine concern in her voice. What an absolutely outrageous scene. To think he'd just walk in here and admit to everything like that. Harry nodded mechanically, still processing the encounter. Dumbledore had confirmed everything, the suppression, the manipulation, even the ultimate plan to prepare Harry as a sacrifice in the conflict with Voldemort. Yet he had done so with such conviction in his own rightness, such certainty that his greater perspective justified any means. He believes it, Harry said quietly to Ron and Hermione as the pub's normal activity slowly resumed around them. He genuinely believes everything he did was necessary. That's what makes him so dangerous, Hermione replied, her voice uncharacteristically hard. He's convinced his greater wisdom gives him the right to make these decisions for everyone else. Ron nodded grimly. Dad always says the most dangerous wizard isn't the one who knows they're doing wrong, but the one who's absolutely certain they're right. The rest of the Hogsmeade visit passed in a blur of heightened security and whispered conversations. News of Dumbledore's appearance and public admission spread through the village like wildfire. By the time the students returned to the castle that evening, the story had been embellished and distorted through multiple retellings, though the core facts remained consistent. Dumbledore had confirmed suppressing Harry Potter's magic, justified it as necessary protection, and implied some connection between Harry and Voldemort that required further management. Back in his private quarters that night, Harry used the two-way mirror to contact Sirius, recounting the confrontation in detail. His godfather listened intently, his expression darkening as Harry described Dumbledore's implications about the prophecy and the necessary sacrifice. That manipulative old, Sirius cut himself off, taking a deep breath. I always knew he operated on a different moral plane, but this, preparing you as a sacrifice. Based on his interpretation of a prophecy. Do you think he's right? Harry asked quietly. About the connection to Voldemort? About what the prophecy means? Sirius's expression turned grave. I think prophecies are notoriously ambiguous, Harry. Neither can live while the other survives could mean a dozen different things depending on how you interpret live and survive. Dumbledore has chosen the interpretation that fits his strategy, but that doesn't make it the only valid reading. But what if he is right? Harry pressed. What if there is some connection between me and Voldemort that means I have to die to defeat him? Then we find another way, Sirius stated firmly. Magic always has alternatives, Harry. Always. If Dumbledore has settled on a strategy that requires your sacrifice, it's because that's the path he can control, not because it's the only possibility. The conversation shifted to security concerns and next steps. The DMLE had issued an upgraded warrant for Dumbledore's arrest following his public appearance, and security around Harry would be enhanced. Don't isolate yourself, Sirius advised as they prepared to end the call. Dumbledore's strength has always been his ability to act while others merely react. We need to be proactive, continuing your training, researching alternatives, building alliances. This isn't just about defeating Voldemort anymore, it's about establishing your right to determine your own fate. After ending the mirror call, Harry sat by his window overlooking the darkened grounds, contemplating the day's revelations. Dumbledore had confirmed what they had suspected, but added new complications, the connection to Voldemort, the implication that Harry's sacrifice might be necessary for final victory, the suggestion that there was still critical information being withheld. A soft knock at his portrait hole interrupted his thoughts. Opening it, he found Professor Lupin waiting, his expression concerned. I heard about what happened in Hogsmeade, Lupin explained. I thought you might want to talk. Harry invited him in, grateful for the professor's steady presence. They settled in the comfortable chairs by the fire, where Lupin conjured a pot of tea with a casual wave of his wand. Dumbledore's appearance was calculated, Lupin observed, pouring tea for both of them. Public enough to spread his narrative widely, brief enough to avoid capture. He's playing a complex game. He confirmed everything, Harry said. The suppression, the manipulations. But he justified it all as necessary protection because of some connection between me and Voldemort. Lupin nodded thoughtfully. The Parseltongue ability suggested such a connection. What concerns me is Dumbledore's implication that this link might necessitate your sacrifice. He didn't say it directly, Harry clarified. But he heavily implied that the prophecies, neither can live while the other survives, means I have to die to defeat Voldemort permanently. A convenient interpretation from someone who spent years preparing you to follow his lead without question, Lupin observed with uncharacteristic sharpness. The prophecy is ambiguous by nature, Harry. Divination rarely provides clear roadmaps. That's what Sirius said too. Sirius is right. And consider this, if Dumbledore truly believed your sacrifice was the only path to victory, why suppress your magic? Why not allow you to develop your full potential to ensure you could at least confront Voldemort effectively before this supposed necessary sacrifice? It was a perspective Harry hadn't considered. You think he had other motives? Lupin sipped his tea thoughtfully before answering. I think Albus Dumbledore has been playing a very long game with multiple contingency plans. I think he genuinely believes he's acting for the greater good. And I think he fears power he cannot control, particularly in someone prophesied to have power the Dark Lord knows not. My unbound magic, Harry surmised. Perhaps. Or perhaps something else entirely. The point is, Dumbledore has chosen an interpretation of events that centralizes control in his hands. That doesn't make it the only interpretation, or even the correct one. They discuss training adaptations in light of these revelations, with Lupin suggesting increased focus on protective magic and further development of Harry's magical sensitivity. If there is a connection between you and Voldemort, understanding and potentially controlling it will be crucial, Lupin explained. And regardless of Dumbledore's claims about necessary sacrifices, developing your full magical potential can only improve your options when confrontation comes. After Lupin departed, Harry returned to the window, his thoughts clearer after discussing the situation. Dumbledore had revealed his hand today, confirmed his actions and offered his justification. The former headmaster clearly still believed Harry would eventually accept his guidance, still saw himself as the essential architect of victory against Voldemort. But something fundamental had changed. The Harry Potter who collapsed on platform 9 3/4 might have eventually succumbed to Dumbledore's narrative, might have accepted the path laid out for him, might even have walked willingly to a sacrificial death if convinced it was necessary for the greater good. The unbound Harry Potter who stood in his private quarters at Hogwarts, stronger in body, magic, and will, recognized Dumbledore's perspective as just one possibility among many. The prophecy, the connection to Voldemort, the path to victory, all were open to interpretation and alternative approaches. For the first time, Harry felt truly free to write his own story, not follow someone else's script. November brought increasingly cold weather and a shift in the castle's atmosphere regarding Harry. Dumbledore's public confirmation of his actions had removed the last doubts among those who had questioned the allegations. Even the former headmaster's most loyal supporters couldn't deny his own admitted actions, though some still maintained they had been necessary and justified. Harry's training with Lupin had intensified following the Hogsmeade incident, with McGonagall occasionally joining their sessions to provide specialized instruction in protective transfiguration, a branch of magic that James Potter had apparently excelled in. Your father could transfigure defensive structures almost instantaneously in dueling, McGonagall explained during one such session. Not just shields, but physical barriers, reflective surfaces, even terrain modifications to gain tactical advantage. Under her exacting guidance, Harry began developing this talent, learning to transform his environment into defensive assets with increasing speed and precision. His natural affinity for transfiguration, previously suppressed along with his other magical talents, emerged strongly once properly nurtured. Quidditch provided a welcome distraction from the ongoing developments. The first match of the season, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff, was scheduled for mid-November, and Oliver would have the team practicing relentlessly despite increasingly dismal weather. Potter's got some kind of magical growth spurt, would inform the team enthusiastically during one rain-soaked practice. We'd be fools not to capitalize on it. His reflexes are off the charts now. Harry found that his enhanced magical sensitivity translated surprisingly well to Quidditch, allowing him to perceive the subtle enchantments on the snitch that dictated its movement patterns. Combined with his improved physical condition, this gave him an unprecedented advantage as Seeker. The morning of the Hufflepuff match dawned stormy and forbidding. Gale force winds battered the castle, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. McGonagall nearly cancelled the match on safety grounds, but relented after both teams insisted they could handle the conditions. "Be careful up there, Potter," she warned as the Gryffindor team prepared to take the field. "Your magical sensitivity may make you more vulnerable to lightning strikes. Cast a repelling charm on your glasses and maintain awareness of your surroundings." The match itself was brutal. Driving rain reduced visibility to near zero, wind gusts threatened to unseat even experienced flyers, and lightning flashed dangerously close to the pitch. Harry struggled to locate the snitch in the chaos, relying more on his magical sensitivity than visual tracking. An hour into the match, with Gryffindor narrowly leading 70-60, Harry felt a familiar, dreadful cold seeping through the stadium despite the already freezing conditions. His enhanced perception detected them before they became visible, Dementors, at least a dozen, drifting onto the Quidditch pitch from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Panic spread through the stands as students began noticing the hooded figures. On the pitch, players faltered as the Dementors' influence reached them, despair and hopelessness interfering with their concentration. Harry, hovering 50 feet above the center of the pitch, felt their effect more intensely than most. The screaming began in his mind, his mother's voice pleading for his life. But as at King's Cross, his unbound magic responded protectively, creating a buffer against their worst effects. Acting on instinct rather than training, Harry drew his Rowan wand from the holster strapped to his forearm, a precaution Lupin had insisted upon after the Hogsmeade incident. Focusing on his most powerful happy memory, the moment Sirius had offered him a home, a true family for the first time, Harry summoned his magic. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag erupted from his wand, larger and more defined than during its first appearance on the Hogwarts Express. It charged toward the advancing Dementors, antlers lowered aggressively. But something unexpected happened as the Patronus engaged the dark creatures. Rather than merely driving them back, the stag seemed to physically strike the lead Dementor, its antlers connecting with a visible impact that forced the creature backward. The watching crowd gasped collectively. Patron uses were supposed to repel Dementors, not physically combat them. Yet Harry's stag was doing precisely that, charging, striking, driving the creatures back with what appeared to be actual physical force rather than merely spiritual repulsion. As the stag continued its assault, Harry became aware of a golden glint hovering near the Hufflepuff goal posts, the snitch, momentarily visible through a break in the rain. Without conscious thought, he accelerated toward it, his Nimbus 2000 cutting through the wind and rain with precision. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff seeker, had spotted it too and was converging from the opposite direction. They raced toward the tiny golden ball, both stretching out their hands as they closed in from different angles. Harry felt another presence approaching, not a player, not the snitch, but something else. His magical sensitivity flared a warning just as a bolt of lightning struck the Hufflepuff goal post directly ahead of them. The magical discharge interacted with the ambient enchantments of the Quidditch pitch, creating a dangerous feedback loop that Harry perceived as a rapidly expanding sphere of chaotic energy. Acting purely on instinct, Harry abandoned his pursuit of the snitch and instead grabbed Diggory's outstretched arm, yanking the larger boy off course just as the energy sphere expanded through the space where both seekers would have collided. The discharge dissipated harmlessly in the open air where they would have been. Both boys spiraled downward, regaining control of their brooms about 20 feet above the pitch. The snitch had vanished again in the confusion, but the danger posed by the combined threats of Dementors and the magical storm had become too great to ignore. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the chaos, signaling a timeout. McGonagall's amplified voice followed immediately, all players to the ground immediately. Match suspended due to dangerous conditions. As the teams descended, Harry noticed something troubling. His Patronus stag was still engaged with the Dementors at the edge of the pitch, but its silver light was flickering, weakening as the creatures regrouped and pressed forward once more. Concentrating intensely, Harry channeled more magic into his faltering Patronus. The effort created a visible connection between wizard and spell, a stream of silver-white energy flowing from Harry's wand to the embattled stag. Renewed by this influx of power, the Patronus charged again, driving the Dementors back toward the forest. The magical exertion was taking its toll, however. Harry felt lightheaded, his vision tunneling as he poured more and more of his magic into maintaining the powerful Patronus at such a distance. Just as his knees began to buckle, he felt other magical signatures joining his, additional patron uses racing to assist the stag in repelling the Dementors. Lupin's wolf loped alongside Harry's stag, while McGonagall's cat and Flitwick's raven provided flanking support. Together, the four patron uses formed a silver barrier that finally forced the Dementors to retreat fully into the forest. As the immediate danger passed, Harry released his spell, swaying slightly from magical exhaustion. Lupin was at his side instantly, supporting him as McGonagall and Hooch conferred about the status of the match. "That was remarkable magic, Harry," Lupin said quietly, guiding him toward the locker rooms as rain continued to pound the pitch. "I've never seen a Patronus interact physically with Dementors that way. It shouldn't be possible." "I didn't do anything special," Harry protested weakly. "Just cast the spell like you taught me." "With considerably more power and a uniquely manifested effect," Lupin corrected. "Your magical development continues to surprise even those of us monitoring it closely." McGonagall announced that the match would be rescheduled once weather conditions improved and the Dementor incursion had been investigated. Both teams retreated to their locker rooms, where Wood delivered an unusually philosophical assessment of the interrupted game. "Safety first," he declared, surprising his teammates who had expected their captain to rage against the postponement. "Besides, Potter just saved Diggory from being fried by lightning. Hard to be upset about a delay when our seeker's busy being heroic." Cedric himself appeared at the Gryffindor locker room shortly after, still in his muddy Quidditch robes, to thank Harry personally. "That was amazing awareness, Potter," the Hufflepuff seeker said sincerely. "I never saw that energy discharge coming. The way you just abandoned the snitch to pull me clear." He shook his head in admiration. "That's real sportsmanship. I owe you one." Back at the castle, the interrupted match became secondary to discussions about the Dementor incursion and Harry's unusual Patronus. Students who had witnessed the confrontation described how the silver stag had physically engaged with the dark creatures, something many believed impossible based on magical theory. "Patron uses are spiritual guardians," Hermione explained during an impromptu gathering in Harry's private quarters that evening. "They're supposed to repel Dementors through positive energy that drives away the negative emotional feeding, not through physical combat. Maybe it's because of Harry's increased power," Ron suggested, helping himself to chocolate frogs from the stash Lupin had provided for post-Dementor recovery. "More magic equals more substantial Patronus." Or perhaps, Luna Lovegood contributed dreamily from her perch on the windowsill, "It's because Harry's magic is more authentic now. Not filtered through suppression potions. A true expression rather than a constrained one." The others looked at Luna with varying degrees of surprise. Though often dismissed for her unusual perspectives, she occasionally demonstrated startling insight. "That actually makes sense," Neville said slowly. "If magic responds to intent and will, and Harry's will is no longer being artificially restricted, then his magic might manifest effects beyond standard expectations," Hermione finished, her academic curiosity thoroughly engaged. "It's theoretically fascinating. Most magical research assumes standardized baselines for power and expression. But if those baselines were artificially established through generations of formalized magical education, you're suggesting Harry's unbound magic might be capable of effects that conventional theory considers impossible simply because they haven't been attempted by unrestricted wizards?" Ginny clarified, demonstrating the sharp intelligence that was emerging as she recovered from her first-year ordeal. "Precisely," Hermione nodded enthusiastically. "Magical theory evolves based on observed phenomena. If most wizards have been unconsciously limiting their magic to conform to established parameters." The theoretical discussion continued late into the evening, eventually expanding to include Professor Lupin when he stopped by to check on Harry. The defense instructor listened with evident interest to their speculations, occasionally offering historical context or theoretical refinements. There's precedent for what you're suggesting, he noted when Hermione outlined her theory about artificial limitations in magical expression. Historical accounts of particularly powerful or innovative wizards often describe magical effects that modern theory considers exaggerated or impossible. Merlin reportedly could physically manipulate weather patterns, something now considered beyond the scope of individual magical capability. So either earlier wizards were naturally more powerful, Harry summarized, or modern wizards have somehow become more limited in how they express their magic. Or perhaps, Lupin suggested carefully, standardized magical education, while democratizing magical knowledge, has inadvertently constrained how we conceptualize magical potential. By teaching that certain effects are impossible or that spells must work in specific ways, we may be creating self-fulfilling limitations. It was a provocative thought, that Harry's unbound magic might represent not just his personal liberation from Dumbledore's suppression, but a window into broader magical possibilities that had been gradually constrained through generations of formalized teaching. That's what my mother was exploring with her charm-embedded potions, Harry realized, thinking of Lily's experimental journal. She was working outside established categories, combining magical disciplines in ways conventional theory said shouldn't interact. Your mother was always one to question established magical boundaries, Lupin confirmed with a fond smile. It made her a brilliant innovator but occasionally frustrated her professors who preferred students to follow conventional approaches. As the gathering dispersed for the night, Harry found himself contemplating these ideas with growing excitement. If his unbound magic truly operated outside conventional limitations, it opened possibilities far beyond merely being stronger or faster. It suggested he might approach problems in ways others wouldn't consider, might develop solutions that traditional magical theory deemed impossible. The implications for his eventual confrontation with Voldemort were significant. If Dumbledore had been preparing Harry to follow a predefined script, one culminating in necessary sacrifice, then breaking free of predetermined magical limitations might allow Harry to write an entirely different ending. December arrived with swirling snow and preparations for the Christmas holidays. The rescheduled Quidditch match had resulted in a narrow Gryffindor victory, with Harry catching the snitch after a spectacular dive that had the entire stadium holding its breath. His enhanced reflexes and perception had proven decisive, though he'd been careful to moderate his magical advantages to maintain fair competition. The approach of the holidays raised the question of where Harry would spend the break. Sirius had secured ownership of a cottage in Godric's Hollow, not the Potter's original home, which remained a preserved memorial, but a comfortable property nearby where Harry could connect with his parents' history while maintaining appropriate security. The cottage has been placed under Fidelius, Sirius explained during their weekly mirror call. I'm secret keeper, obviously. We can invite your friends to visit during the break if you'd like. The prospect of spending Christmas in Godric's Hollow, near where his parents had lived, held powerful appeal for Harry. It would be his first proper Christmas with family, or the closest thing to family he had ever known. Before the holidays, however, he had one important meeting scheduled. Professor Snape had continued their discussions about Lily's magical research throughout the term, gradually revealing more about her innovative approaches and theoretical breakthroughs. Their most recent sessions had focused on a particular project she had been developing in her final year at Hogwarts, a modified form of the Patronus charm that could serve multiple functions beyond Dementor repulsion. Your mother theorized that the Patronus, being a manifestation of positive energy and personal magical signature, could be adapted for other protective and communication purposes, Snape explained during their final meeting before the break. She was particularly interested in its potential as a shield against certain dark spells that conventional Protego couldn't block. Like what? Harry asked, fascinated by this previously unknown aspect of his mother's research. Snape hesitated briefly. Like the killing curse. Harry stared at him. My mother was researching ways to block Avada Kedavra. Theoretical approaches only, Snape clarified. The conventional wisdom that the killing curse cannot be blocked by magical shields is based on standardized shield charms. Your mother questioned whether a Patronus, being fundamentally different in composition from conventional shields, might interact differently with the curse. Did she ever test it? Harry asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. No. The research remained theoretical. Snape's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. The war intensified. Your parents went into hiding. Her research was set aside for more immediate concerns. There was something Snape wasn't saying, something in his carefully controlled expression that suggested personal involvement or knowledge beyond what he was sharing. Harry had learned to recognize these moments in their conversations, the places where Snape redacted his own role in the story of Lily Evans Potter. You were friends with my mother until 5th year, Harry said, changing tactics. What happened? The question clearly caught Snape off guard. His normally impassive face showed momentary shock before his features rearranged themselves into studied neutrality. That is not relevant to our discussion of her magical research, he replied stiffly. I think it is, Harry countered quietly. You've been helping me understand her magical approach, her innovative thinking. But I still know almost nothing about her as a person. What she cared about. What she fought for. What ended your friendship? Snape regarded him silently for a long moment, internal conflict evident despite his controlled expression. Finally, he spoke, each word seemingly extracted at great personal cost. I made an unforgivable choice. I used a word, a hateful word, to describe her heritage. In a moment of humiliation and anger, I lashed out at the one person who had always seen value in me. His voice remained clinically detached despite the personal nature of the admission. She offered forgiveness. I chose a different path. That is the relevant summary. The stark simplicity of the explanation struck Harry more powerfully than an elaborate justification would have. Snape wasn't asking for understanding or absolution. He was merely stating facts he considered relevant to Harry's question. You called her mudblood, Harry surmised, the hateful word feeling foreign on his tongue. Snape flinched visibly, confirming Harry's guess. Yes. And the different path you chose? Something dark and regretful crossed Snape's features. Associations that appealed to my worst instincts rather than my better nature. Choices that ultimately placed me in direct opposition to everything she valued. He meant Death Eaters, Harry realized. Snape had become a Death Eater after falling out with his mother. The implication was staggering. This man who now shared insights about Lily's magical research had once pledged himself to Voldemort, the wizard who ultimately murdered her. Yet here Snape was, years later, helping Lily's son understand his magical heritage. The contradiction was difficult to reconcile. Why are you helping me now? Harry asked directly. Snape's answer was equally direct. Because I failed her in life. Because Dumbledore's manipulation of you represents another failure to honor her sacrifice. Because you have her eyes and, increasingly, her approach to magical theory, if not her precise talent for it. The admission, honest, unvarnished, devoid of self-justification, gave Harry a clearer understanding of the complex man before him than anything Snape had previously shared. Whatever else Severus Snape might be, he was a man living with the consequences of his worst choices, attempting some form of atonement through his protection of and assistance to Lily's son. Thank you for your honesty, Harry said quietly. And for sharing her research with me. It means more than you know. Something almost like surprise flickered in Snape's black eyes, perhaps at Harry's measured response to revelations that might have justified anger or rejection. He nodded once, sharply, before rising from his chair. There is one final matter before the holiday break, he said, his tone shifting back to professional. The headmistress and I have discussed your continued magical development. While your control has improved significantly, there are aspects of your emerging abilities that may benefit from specialized instruction. What kind of instruction? Harry asked, curious about this unexpected turn in the conversation. Occlumency, Snape replied. The magical defense of the mind against external penetration. Given Dumbledore's remarks about your connection to the Dark Lord, developing this skill may prove essential to your future safety. Harry considered this. The idea of someone invading his mind was disturbing, but if such a vulnerability existed, learning to defend against it seemed prudent. "Would you be teaching me?" he asked. "I am qualified," Snape acknowledged. "Though given our complex history, another instructor could be arranged if you prefer." The offer to step aside represented a significant concession from Snape, an acknowledgement that their past interactions might make such intimate magical instruction problematic. Yet Harry found himself surprisingly comfortable with the idea of Snape as his occlumency teacher. The potions master had demonstrated both expertise and unexpected honesty in their recent interactions. "I'd like to learn from you," Harry decided. "If you're willing to teach me." Something like respect flickered briefly across Snape's features. "Very well. We will begin after the holiday break. In preparation, you should practice basic meditation techniques daily. Professor Lupin can provide appropriate exercises." As their meeting concluded, Harry realized how dramatically his relationship with Snape had evolved over the past months. From mutual antagonism to this cautious, professional respect, it represented yet another transformation in his unbound life, another relationship recalibrated to his true self rather than Dumbledore's carefully crafted version. The Hogwarts Express journey to London for Christmas break had a festive atmosphere despite the continued presence of Dementors at Hogsmeade Station. Harry's enhanced Patronus kept the dark creatures at bay while students boarded, earning appreciative comments from classmates still impressed by his magical development. Ron and Hermione had both accepted invitations to visit Godric's Hollow during the break, Ron after Christmas with the Weasleys, Hermione for the days leading up to New Year. Neville, Luna, and Ginny had also been invited for a post-Christmas gathering that Sirius insisted on calling the first annual Potterblack Holiday Spectacular. As the train pulled away from Hogsmeade, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary months since his collapse on platform 9 3/4. The journey from magically suppressed, physically stunted, and emotionally manipulated to his current state, stronger in body, magic, and will, seemed almost unbelievable in its scope and speed. Yet the transformation wasn't complete. Questions remained about his connection to Voldemort, about Dumbledore's true motives, about the prophecy's actual meaning. The former headmaster remained at large, occasionally spotted around Britain but always disappearing before Aurors could apprehend him. His public narrative had shifted subtly in recent weeks, positioning himself as a misunderstood protector whose methods might have been questionable but whose intentions remained pure. The public, initially shocked by Dumbledore's admissions in Hogsmeade, had begun dividing into factions, those who maintained that Harry's unbound magic represented a potential threat that Dumbledore had been right to contain, those who viewed the former headmaster's actions as unforgivable manipulation regardless of intent, and a confused middle ground that awaited more information before judgment. "Canute, for your thoughts?" Hermione asked, interrupting Harry's reflection as their compartment companions engaged in a spirited game of exploding snap. "Just thinking about how much has changed," Harry replied. "And how much still isn't clear." Hermione nodded understanding. "It's been an extraordinary transformation to witness, Harry. Not just magically, but, you've changed in other ways too. You're more confident, more thoughtful. You question things you used to accept." "Freedom to be myself, I suppose," Harry said with a slight smile. "No more potions keeping me compliant and suggestible." "It suits you," Hermione stated simply. "This version of Harry Potter feels right. Like you've finally become who you were always meant to be." Her observation echoed his own feelings exactly. Whatever challenges still lay ahead, Dumbledore, Voldemort, the prophecy, Harry would face them as his true self, not as someone else's carefully constructed tool. As the winter landscape scrolled past the windows, Harry felt a profound sense of anticipation rather than dread about the future. His unbound magic continued to develop in unexpected ways, his understanding of his parents and heritage deepened with each new revelation, and his circle of true allies, people who supported the real Harry, not the boy who lived, grew stronger and more reliable. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly rising to his full potential, unshackled from others' expectations and manipulations. Whatever destiny awaited him, it would be one he shaped himself, not one predetermined by prophecy or Dumbledore's grand design. The boy who had collapsed at platform 9 3/4 in September had been a shadow of his true self. The young wizard heading home for Christmas was emerging as something else entirely, powerful not just in magic but in autonomy, in self-determination, in the freedom to write his own story. Harry Potter was rising, unbound at last. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.